Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'm also grappling with the feeling of my art is not good enough. As usual, it's kind of frustrating that we never get past that, right? How did my stabilizer get turned up so high? Weird. Uh-huh. Is it making that sound? Ugh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm having that exact problem. It's been like 3 days now. I've been working on like fan art of Optibu's Fire Girl. Because, Burning did the thing that inspired everybody. And, yeah, and like the thing that I've drawn is maybe the most technically excellent thing I've ever drawn, and I can't enjoy it. So I'm so upset about it. Uh, uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I was actually going for a similar goal since I'm aiming to start taking commissions this month. No, next month. It is still January 31st. Yeah, since I'm yeah, since I'm aiming to do commissions, I was like, this is a good opportunity. I feel kind of inspired. This is a good opportunity to try out the workflow. Whoops.
Test. There we go. Thank you, Atomic. I was wondering what the cat no was for.
Oh.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. It's Wednesday. We're doing the viewer suggestion. I went back to my old microphone because the other microphone is okay, but not great.
The other microphone also sometimes explodes in my ears.
Yeah, and it was the microphone itself was a gift from one of my patrons a long time ago, and I've tried to use it a few times, and like I finally have a setup to where if Schoenbrop and I need to like stream something at the same time, because that was the original intent, we needed another microphone. I can now splice them together, which is great. So I have that setup done, but the audio quality does, like, the sound is weird. It's very weird, and I have not yet figured out the balancing for it. So that's going to be kind of an ongoing project. But yeah, we're back now. Sorry about that. I forgot to switch the microphone system over. I have a Blue Yeti, but my computer doesn't recognize it as a Blue Yeti, so it keeps breaking, and I don't know why, and I can't get my drivers to recognize it. So I'm going to try to figure that out. Yeah, it's something that started happening a few months ago, and I don't know if it's because my cable is broken or the mic is broken or what. It's a whole shebang, so we'll figure that out. We're going to do some viewer suggestions today. We have a bunch, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try something a little different today. I don't know how many we're going to get through because we're going to try this new process. We're going to roll the dice like normal. I'm going to pick them, and then we're going to do like 5 pose sketches first. Because I don't do that, and I struggle sometimes with just like trying to draw a face too fast. So today's goal is to do a bunch of little sketches and then finish the piece. So we'll see how that does. Hopefully it'll give us a little more cartoony vibes, like a little more stylization. And we'll go from there. We'll try that out. So, because I was really happy with the Patreon stream last month. Well, this month still. But, and I think that was kind of what helped. It was like really sitting down and like taking the time to fiddle around with shapes. So we're going to do that. That's the goal for today. I'm going to finish my last piece of sushi, which no one heard me eat, which is probably for the best. But
yeah. Thumbnailing, I dig it. I might join you on that. Because that seems like a good idea.
Pose sketches from Legend of Zelda. Pose sketch. Pose. One of these days we should do a Legend of Zelda stream. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah. There's tons of monsters and characters from Legend of Zelda that I would love to draw.
Maybe we'll do that next week. Last time when we did the Cyberpunk one, we had like 3 suggestions. So
yeah.
I don't know if people maybe only want to see their own OCs, but
well, I mean that's kind of what you've trained your audience to ask for. So
yeah, that's true. I was trying really, really hard to get the Why You Should Play video out this month. Not gonna have it.
Oh.
I mean, today's the last day, right?
Yeah.
And we're doing this. So it might get finished tonight. possibly, but I also have like 2 other commissions to work on. So who knows? Who knows? I hope everybody is enjoying the shorts content. I hope people are enjoying the live streams because like those are static. But,
yeah, but most of your channel at this point is
yeah,
the live streams.
Why you
Which
should play
there's
this.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Why you should plays are dear to my heart, but a lot of work for not a lot of return. I had some good comments on this on the Krampus video though, so that was nice. Okay, there we go. They renamed the bag of holding in Pathfinder.
Did they?
Yeah, it's now a what's it called? Shoot.
This is going to be the problem with second edition Pathfinder for a while now.
Yeah. It's like a glorious pouch or something like that. It's just silly.
I don't understand why they didn't just make the Pathfinder pouch.
I think that's still D&D.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Well, it did not show up in 5e, and I've only ever seen it in Pathfinder, so...
I might be thinking of the handy haversack. I think that's what they called the handy haversack. It used to be the Pathfinder pouch.
Interesting.
I could be wrong. Description is maybe a little dated. What do you mean atomic? Because it has the why you should play Krampus? That's the last why you should play video that came out. That's how long it's been. It's been since December since I released one. So could be an entire video series. Yeah, I could do that too. I'm not going to, but like that's definitely a thing I thought about for a while. Was just doing. I didn't want to just copy Joe Cat doing like a class guide, right?
Yeah.
And I'm very much like the channel actually started because I wanted people to play monsters. Like originally, my thought was like, why should play monster races?
Yeah, 5e feels so limited. People want to play more, so show people that they can.
Yeah, and over the years, like they kind of I think people have accepted it more, which is why it's a little like I don't have to make as many videos now. I don't feel like because a lot of the things I want to play are now out in 5e, and now with the next edition coming out, it'll probably start over again, right? Like people will be like, I want to play Minotaurs, and I'll be like, here you go, Minotaurs for whatever the hell the D&D 360 or whatever the crap they're gonna call it.
Yeah. Well, what's the meme? Okay, that was always allowed.
Yeah, that was always allowed. I posted over Christmas. I posted the blank dice thing, and people really like that. So I've been doing a lot of little like shorts for dice content. And one of the last ones I made was like whether or not you roll 1 die or 4 dice for magic missile. Because I have an interesting thought on that. Always I thought I did, and I posted it. And someone this morning was just like wrote me a paragraph of like, no, the book or on D&D Beyond it says this and blah blah blah, and like just gave me the whole shebang. And I was like, you're right. Jeremy Crawford disagrees with you, but he also says do whatever the hell you want. So like, so both of those things are valid, and like I feel like I feel like you're right. Like that's always been allowed as kind of my entire YouTube career.
Yeah. The funny thing about those types of comments to me, like I always just think, good on you for so much engagement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not even that, but like, I love that people are engaging with my content. Like, first off, so whenever I read a comment that's maybe more than a sentence long, you know, it's like I have that moment in the back of my head of like, are they really mad or like, just is this a complex thing? And so I have to read every comment as if someone is really excited to tell me about this. that's been my stance on it so far. It's just like, sure.
Yeah. That's probably good policy.
Because a lot of the times, I mean, every now and again I'll get something that's like, no, fuck you, and it's like, okay, that's great. Like, I know exactly where that person's coming from.
Yeah. I will say I don't see as much of that content in your comment section as I do in many other, I guess 5e or D&D general lore, or
I think it's because I don't take a lot of aggressive stances on things.
Yeah.
For one, and then two, most of the times, a lot of the negative comments I do get, Oliver, welcome in. A lot of the negative comments I do get, I can tell they didn't actually watch the video. It's like, no, I addressed that. Like that's in there, so I don't worry about it, right? I don't feel bad because it's just like, oh, you missed that part. And I think a lot of that does stem from people like seeing the thumbnail and reading the title. Like one of my shorts is "Can DMs Cheat?" and I'm talking about using blank dice just for thematic effect. And I think I have a pretty good base of just basically saying like, this can be used to create like theatrical moments or to confuse your players in a way that like can keep them on their toes without actually changing any of the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are just like, oh, you're one of them asshole DMs, and it's just like, okay, like if that's how you feel, I'm sorry, but like, I don't think they actually paid attention to the content. I think they were just like, they're just taking it at face value. So, yeah,
and I think you are going to run into more of that with shorts because shorts reaches many more people. But by and large, I think the community that you've built is
very chill, which is great.
Yeah, very chill, non-toxic.
Mm-hmm. So thank you, everybody, for being cool in the comments.
Yeah.
I think I'm about rugbyed out here. I think I had one person leave a comment on one of the live streams thanking me for my amazing content, and then I discovered that you were the one that was drawing their stuff. And I was like, uh-oh. So I just wanted to pass that along.
Oh, I appreciate that. I still think that they probably...
I mean, to be fair...
meant it for you as well.
There's a little bit of a discrepancy in... quality here. No, I still good to be here. That's good. Is that chat thing on the side of the screen new? A week or two old, I think. Yeah, I just figured out how to do it. So
relatively,
yeah. Relatively new. Hip here. Okay. I think we're good to go. So for those of you just joining us, or maybe this is the first time, we have a list from the community posts from Monday for all of the characters that we're going to can draw. If you have a character suggestion you have not put on the list yet, you can submit one a week, and you can just put it in chat, and I'll add it to the list, and then we're going to roll some dice, and the dice gods decide what we draw. So we're going to start that up. I've got 29 today. That's a lot. That is a lot.
That is a lot. That is a lot.
So we're going to roll a D... Yeah. We're going to roll a D20 and a D10, and if we roll 30, we'll do number 1. Let's play. That's true, I didn't think about that. Now it looks like the bird's talking. Does that make the whole chat birds? Is that what it is? Everyone's dead birds now?
You're the murder of crows that watch us.
A Warforged Ranger with 2 revolvers and a journal. Easy enough. I've never really understood toxicity towards creators. It's far more effective and irritating, or irritation for the creators when you can, just not watch and don't look at it, right? Yeah.
It's an emotional response, right? So you can't think about it logically. You have to think of it in terms of an emotional response. People see something that they don't agree with, and they get upset.
Yeah. Ballgator, welcome in.
I'm sure everybody here can think of at least one time they have done that, and at least 3 different topics that I am banned about bringing up in this chat because because they're volatile topics, right? That's all it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a society of I was gonna say feeders, but that's a different thing. Because like sensationalism and drama just feeds the internet. So
yeah,
there's a whole bunch of people that would benefit from disengaging and just not being fed. Don't feed the trolls, people.
Everybody go watch Bo Burnham's special Inside.
Ugh. Oh yeah, no, that's super good. I've been watching a whole bunch of like random cop stuff.
Oh no,
on YouTube.
Still,
it's just so much content. So much content. It's great to just have in the background. And yeah, I saw one yesterday, and it was essentially these cops like showed up to this guy at a post office who was just being weird, and they're like, "What do we do here?" And then after a minute, they like started talking to each other, and this guy goes on YouTube essentially and just basically tries to troll people until they call the cops on him, and then he plays the victim, right? Like that's his whole thing. That's apparently a whole type of content too, but I'm not going to tell you who it is because like this guy is super popular, and it's just like, man, people just need to stop watching his crap, and it's like that's frustrating. Which, I mean, the content I was watching is directly related to him existing, so it's like, it all feeds into the weird system. We have a society of big thinkers here, so chances are at some point reasonable minds will disagree. Yeah, that's fair too, especially with D&D, like because it is such a like an open forum of creativity. Like, D&D is just a framework, and so people are gonna disagree on things.
How dare you use this creative tool in a way that's different from the way I use it?
Mm-hmm. I think the biggest thing is, especially with Crawford, like because Crawford does like to talk on Twitter and stuff, and he'll respond to people's questions. It's funny to me when people get really upset about the rules and then have a direct connection with the people who write the rules and then argue with them. And it's like, you can't have it both ways. If your argument is that that's not how the rules are stated, when the rules are changed, you can't be mad. But you're very welcome to disagree. So like, yeah, if and that's what Perkins said too. It's just like, you are allowed to do whatever you want. Like, that's fine.
Yeah. Your table, your game, make it work for you.
A Mothman. That is a cool idea. How big is it? Mothman. Did Twitch get labeled wrong again?
No, I think they're responding.
Oh, you're drawing the Mothman.
My character.
Right,
yeah.
Sorry. I was just streaming on Twitch drawing a Mothman, so I'm like, oh no. I left the Mothman. How big is it? That's a good question. Is it tiny or is it terrifying and massive?
I think terrifyingly massive.
They immediately want
to make the furries all hot and bothered.
Man-sized.
Got one of those. It's definitely a male, right? So it's got one of those massive inflatable pheromone organs. Oh yeah, that's it.
That's my kink. Yeah, no shade. We don't kink shame here. Yeah. But it's still pretty funny.
No kink shaming here.
I'm sorry. I will always trash on the Lunars, which I didn't realize was a thing until a few years ago. and not necessarily trash, because like I said, no kink shaming, but I think it's hilarious. Like, yeah. If you don't know what that is, don't Google it. Your life will be better off for you. Leave a banana for scale. I think he's friend size. There you go. That's totally good. All right, which one of these is better for a gunslinger? We'll get some Vash the Stampede coat in here.
So far, I
Or
like this
Vampire
one.
Hunter D. It always upsets me when I do a whole bunch of sketches, and then it's the first one I did. It's just like, dang it, got it.
Well, I mean, like that's the excuse we give ourselves as to why we don't the thumbnail more often, right?
Yep. No, I think the profile's good, especially for a robot boy. Duh. Wrong button. Is the banana for scale your kink? What kind of stream did I walk into? A massive hormone organ? Do you not know about this, Mr. Microspy?
Okay, yeah. So there are some species of male moths that they're usually species of moths that feed almost exclusively off of flowers that have a really strong scent. And so when it's mating time, males will attract mates by they have this big.
I got this.
And I'll draw a, yeah. So you got
You got Moth Boy.
Yep, you got a moth with the big fuzzy butt, and they have this large inflatable organ, and it usually is like, whoop.
It's like one of those inflatable kazoo, like reverse kazoo things, party favors.
Yeah. So it like it inflates like, you know, human male genitalia, right? Which is kind of where the joke comes from. But it's they inflate it, and then it produces a strong scent, which is how the females are able to find the males for mating. And it takes advantage of the fact that the moths are used to finding things by scent, which is why the what I said about flowers with strong scents is relevant.
Biology. Now,
I know too
furries
much.
won't like
also
the
too little.
Mothman. It's not cartoony enough. There's definitely a style that goes with a lot of furry art for sure. I've never understood why furries are made fun of. I get it, that's easy to, but in my experience, they'd just be chill and spend thousands of pounds on their furry suits.
Well, look, the reason furries are made fun of is partially because furries are super chill, and so they can take it, and also because they're usually also in on the jokes. Like I know several furries, and all of them are like, yeah, no, I totally get this is absurd, but I love it anyway. So
yeah, I think the other part of it is like, one, there's people are assholes, right? Like as soon as people find something that you generally keep secret, like they're gonna be assholes about it. And so like for a lot of people, being in a subculture, is that the right word? I think so. Subculture, subgroup, is just, that's going to be what you're targeted on. So that, and then I think like you're saying, they're kind of being on it, and I think that kind of goes to the whole like the drag queen thing too. It's like a lot of people will trash you on it, but like you're trashing people that are like they're purposefully being flamboyant and like outrageous, so you can't really make fun of them for that. Like that's their jam.
You can't shame the shameless, right?
So I think part of it I think is people are insecure, and so people are assholes. From one side of it, don't be an asshole, and from the other side of it, people are insecure, so they're more sensitive to being ribbed about it, right? And so don't make fun of people. It's great.
Yeah.
Moshi, welcome.
So
in.
I hope that what I said is not in any way taken as being offensive. I meant it to be good-natured. Given everything that I draw, I hope that I am also in on it.
I've said a few times in the past that I'm not. I take the Dan Avidan approach, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not a furry. I think I'm probably pretty famous for being a furry artist, so I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it matters what I say or am actually at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. If somebody wants to call me a furry, that's fine. Like, that's not how I classify myself, but like,
I'm just a degenerate.
I get it.
Boobs is boobs at the end of the day.
Yeah. And also, like, I
was wildly surprised at the amount of kobold like thirst there is on the internet.
Yeah.
I did not realize this until I started drawing kobolds, and there's a lot. There's just a lot. Who knew? Not me.
Yeah. and like, the huge component of the furry thing is not sexual. It's more about, like, kind of this romantic idea of being something you're not, that fits into, that you feel fits your.
Right.
It's
I think
almost online with trans, right?
I was gonna say the thing with this is kind of the same thing with drag queens. Like, there can be a sexual nature to it, but for the most part, like, it's not directly the intent. Like, the burlesque aspect of it, I think has gone back a long way. But like, it's not something that. Are you streaming on Twitch? I am. I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. So
yeah, it's just about finding a way to feel comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah. I do make fun of the $5,000 furry not safe for work art. I mean, if I could make $5,000 for not safe for work art, I would do it.
Yeah.
I would 100% do that.
We can't all land that well.
Yeah. If people are interested, let me know. I will definitely pay my rent by drawing weird stuff. I love to trash talk. I'm part of the furry community. I'd rather join in on the joke than try to discourage it. Yeah, and I think that kind of goes back to that, like, I think whenever you're in a subculture or a subgroup, like, people who are not in it will always kind of be a little curious about it, and a lot of people can really only interact with things that they're uncomfortable with through comedy and being mean, which is unfortunate. But I think people can figure their stuff out. I just drew a robot in a coat. I got to make this more gunslingery. Kind of want to change the face up a little bit too. Subculture? I think have I been saying subculture? I think that's what I've been trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you have said subculture at least 5 times now. So.
Cool. I'm trying to think. I feel like there's another word for it that we used to describe, like, punks and goths with.
No,
subculture doesn't sound right, but I think it is. So I don't know. Let me know.
As much as I am prone to pull overly technical words out of my ass and throw them into everyday sentences, like most pretentious assholes, I'm not sure what word you're searching for.
Subgenre. Maybe we don't need the back of the head being quite so big.
All right. That's a good enough warm-up, right?
It was a 50-minute warm-up, so yes.
Yeah.
Even robots are unsafe. Not safe for work.
They can be.
I'm trying to find an obscure type of kinesis. I mean, all kinesises are obscure. I don't think I'm Mr. Microspy. I'm not going to read that in YouTube, but you're not welcome to join us. It's pretty funny. Yeah, conflict is a good argument. Is a conflict for resolving argument. I agree. I forgot to put up the color post. Hold on a second. Start the poll. Okay. So the whole thing about this guy is that he's got a journal and guns. I wanted to have him like holding the book up. Maybe we move this over and turn this off now. The problem with coats. They cover everything up and you can't see anything. Looks like a preacher. That's kind of fun. How does this work? Is this an open screen commission? I have a Moonstone Dragonborn that I need an action pose for. So essentially, you can just suggest your character, and I'll put it on the list, and then we roll dice, and the dice gods decide what we draw. Otherwise, you can jump on the So like that. That's kind of how that works. So it's a lottery. But if you do want to actually get a commission done, you can always. We have a bunch of artists in the Discord you're welcome to talk to. But otherwise, that's the best way to do it. Just suggest your character and hope for the best. How would you represent time as a physical effect? Say someone wants to shoot a beam of time. That is...
Oof.
Yeah.
That's a question.
It's like a matter and antimatter beam. It's like, what does that mean? Like, does it kill you? Does it burn you? Does it antimatter you? Like, so how would time be represented physically? It's not. Like that's a different thing. So you would need you need to figure out what that actually affects. So like, is it an aging beam? Maybe a beam. Maybe beam is the answer. It's a very tough question. I think it's a kind of a misguided question. Is the problem. So like, what is your intent by saying that someone is shooting a beam of time? Like that's really what you have to ask. Yeah. So what is that? What is the intent of shooting a beam of time? Let's start there.
I would argue that necrotic energy is kind of time based.
Right. Look, that's something we can get to for sure.
I'm ready to roll. What dice am I using?
29.
Oh, okay. A d20 plus a d10. Sounds good. 18.
Lizard folk, wildfire druid. A horned lizard that wears a wizard hat and is slightly on fire.
Okay. Horned lizard.
I guess it says the tip of the hat is slightly on fire, but entropy. Yeah, see, entropy is another weapon, but like once again, like he shoots entropy. It's like, does that stop people? Does it make them dissolve? What's the intent of the beam? Because you can slap fancy words on anything. Like a bullet is technically a time stopping gun or a time stopping beam. A beam that distorts time. Looks as though you might see that everything you look at through sort of visible beam stands still. You just see nothing as the mind can't perceive it. I was thinking try to say perceive it. What would the visible effect look like of the beam? Yep, that's an interesting way to do it. But yeah, because like for the most part, if you shot a beam through the air and had it warp time, it would just I think it would be look like a ripple. But for the most part, there's not a lot of things happening in things. And then you get into the relativity of like. Is the beam moving or is the beam outside of spatial time? Because if you shot a beam moving on the Earth and that beam was 3 seconds in the future, it would be inside the Earth. so like, there's a whole bunch of weird shit that you can do with that. I think really, I guess what I'm trying to get at is I think a lot of people try to think of cool concepts without thinking of the mechanic or the core function of what you're trying to do, and that's why a lot of things like people used to get hung up on like things are magical or like, oh, they've got nanotechnology. It's like, what does nanotechnology mean? Please define the thing you want them to do. It's like, well, they light things on fire. It's like, you don't need nanotechnology to have them be able to light things on fire. So I mean, in all aspects discernible physically. Yeah, so time is not represented physically. Time is a separate thing from physicality.
Time is the fourth dimension, right?
So we have...
Time is where an object is in 3 dimensions.
Space.
At a specific point in time.
And we got time. And we got mass or gravity. And we got energy. These are the things we have. I think... What was it? I'm trying to remember. Time defines space? Man, I don't remember now. I gotta think about it.
That sounds right to me. I can't do the math to prove it, but
gravity.
Talk to my
warps.
astrophysicist brother about this sort of stuff fairly often.
Yeah.
Gravity warps space and therefore also warps time because the two are inextricably connected.
Yeah.
Mass and energy are the same.
One is a definition of how things act, and the other is a definition of like placement. It would be like asking how many seconds are in a meter. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where my head's at. So once again, what's your core mechanic? What do you want to do? Do you want to be able to manipulate time? And then it's a question of, are you manipulating the time of objects or yourself? Like, what is the action? Yeah, what is the effect you're trying to get at? Because saying, "Oh, I shoot a beam of time," could literally mean anything. Like, you could do whatever you want with that. It means nothing. It means nothing at the end of the day. Because like in Breath of the Wild, Zelda can, I guess Link can too, can control time of objects, right? Like you can rewind or fast forward things in space-time, like where their position is in space-time. How many seconds in a meter, miles per hour in a car can tell you that. But it's variable.
Yeah. A car does not have a fixed miles per hour.
There's no number of fixed seconds in a meter. You are simply measuring the amount of seconds it takes to traverse a meter in a car. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of definitional bullshit there. Imagine hitting a heart. They pass out, standing, they wake up, next turn, they resume beating. You can mess around with someone both physically and psychologically. Yeah. Time stopping? That's interesting. So is that what you want? You want a beam that can stop time.
If we're talking about the potential to age people, I believe 3.5 and Pathfinder have a mechanic for that.
I think so. But also, it doesn't matter in 5e. In older editions, like, aging screwed you up really bad.
Yeah. But, like, monks and druids specifically get abilities that make them immune to aging magic.
Which I always thought was kind of cool.
I did
Perfect
as well, but I
body.
never ran into it.
Don't usually
despite the
play
fact
games
that I
that
played
long.
lots of druids. Yeah.
Most campaigns take like over the course of a month. I'm getting distracted by the sleeve again because I can never draw sleeves. I don't know what it is. You want me to draw muscles? I can draw muscles. You want me to draw sleeves? No. No. I kind of want to draw him holding the book and pointing the gun at the book. Just like old school 80s action hero, like, you see this right here? It's like, trigger discipline, please. Come on. Get your shit together. The conversation of matter to energy is E equals MC squared. Right.
That's the formula that proved that matter and energy were the same thing.
They would presumably have some separate spell for slowing time in some kind of aura fashion. So essentially what you're looking at then is the slow spell. Like haste and the slow spell are time manipulation, right? You could definitely do that as an aura. I think that would be really cool. So everybody
you need to up the spell level.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be fine. I won't argue with you about that because that's definitely very powerful. But yeah, I like time slowing aura. Everything within 30 feet of you or 10 feet of you is slowed. That's pretty cool. You can do that for any number of creatures. Creatures or monsters or players.
I gotta try that again. Horned lizards have weird derp faces that are weird derp shapes.
I've seen a class idea for the Chronomancer that uses time as a resource. You can launch attacks that hit the future or attack creatures in previous states. That's interesting. That's actually kind of weird. I'd make my attack now and it'll go off in 3 turns. Seems odd to me, but
that's the move future sight from Pokemon.
I was watching a clip from the TV show's Heroes, which I don't know if people remember.
I try to forget it.
Sure. It didn't end well. Anyways.
Nope.
That was the old writer's strike that doomed them.
Yep.
There was a scene where one of the characters who can, like, travel time, he travels through time, and he can stop time is one of his other things. He stops time to catch up to, like, a speedster, and then the speedster just decides to go faster and talk to him, and it's just like, what? It's like, there's 2 things happening there. Either he is like turning the clock backwards to slow time, and thus he's also a speedster. That's an option.
Yeah.
Or,
they're basically saying he doesn't manipulate time. He's the ultimate speedster.
Yeah.
Or all speedsters manipulate time.
That's kind of like, that's the ramifications of that. Like you have to put those two in relation to each other. I love the first 2 seasons. Yeah, like the first season was great. The second season I think was okay, but then like what happened was the writer strike happened, and they just decided like we can finish it ourselves because at the time like that's how you write TV shows. You write them 2 or 3 episodes before they air, or the episode before they air.
Yeah.
which
I
makes it
I
really bad.
kind of immediately got a bad taste in my mouth about it because the main character was basically as soon as I learned that his power was to fully copy anybody else's power, I was like, oh nope, power creep immediately.
Yeah, it was
Immediate
just-
power creep.
It's like the
We've got
laziest of
Goku
writing,
syndrome.
which is the same thing with My Hero Academia, which is
Yeah.
unfortunate because it's like, all right, what if the bad guy had all of the powers? And it's like, all right, cool. It's like then you lose, and the only way you can win is through friendship, I guess. So like, I have to finish watching. I haven't seen how My Hero Academia ends, but I'll get there eventually. Technically, all speedsters manipulate time because of relativity. Yeah.
Yes, but the question is, are they aware of it, or can they be aware of it?
Like the Flash can travel through time by running really fast, which I dig. But that's yeah, it doesn't matter. Implications, ramifications, and implications of different things. You got to think about it. I'm trying to get these folds in here right. I don't think I'm doing a good job. I think I've put the arm too low. That's the problem. Okay.
You want help?
No. I'm just getting. The arm was much too low. That is what my problem
Yes.
is.
Yeah.
Because really, with his elbow, his arm should actually be up here.
The elbow was off.
I think it should be like right here.
Yeah. Yeah. It's called the arm's eye, where the sleeve attaches to that's also too low. Yeah, it needs to be right here.
Yeah.
Because it should attach at the top of the shoulder and wrap around.
Gotcha. Okay. And then my elbow is way too
Yeah.
low.
And then the wrinkles, it should probably be mostly smooth here, and then wrinkle right here, buckling where it folds. And it needs to be pulled taut here, and then it can loosen around the wrist and sag a little bit.
Arm should be almost at shoulder hip. There we go. Okay, cool. Let's try that. Let's try that.
Fabric is such a pain in the ass.
Agreed. Peter just absorbs things passively. Yeah. So in terms of way to cause harm, let's say by slowing or stopping bodily functions, what type of damage would that do? We'd look at anything different from the Ray of Frost. I mean, yeah, Ray of Frost works, but also necrotic damage like that's right. You're aging somebody. And then if you want to like reverse time on somebody, that's just positive energy, it heals them, it's the same kind of thing. Rejuvenation versus death. Chronomancer's launch projectile that would hit you in two forms the next turn, the following turn, stacking. The turn of climax somewhat explodes.
I like the 5e divination wizard, how that it's basically time magic, how they at the start of when they prepare their spells they roll 6 d20s, right? And they get to replace somebody else's rolls with what they rolled.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool way to do it. Maybe that's what we should do for Finite.
Oh, for his fortune telling?
Yeah. Just like roll them pretty. I mean, there's functionally no difference between that and just having you roll things, right? Like DM, roll the dice for me. Like there's not. But like having the control over it, I think is interesting. So it is different than his fortune telling. But like the divination wizard being able to say like I'm going to use this one now is really cool. It's super cool.
Be like, I foresaw this happening, which means that it's basically I control the fate. So I potentially like the idea of you like making a spell attack roll as a time wizard and basically for on the next creature's turn, you get to replace one of their rolls. Or maybe you reduce it, but then again, that's just Bane, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So the truth is that, like, if you want to deal with time magic, all of the mechanics for what your time magic would do basically already exist in the game. So all you really need to do is find those spells and reskin them. Say this is specifically working as time magic,
Right.
and that's the mechanic.
That goes back to like the whole psychic argument. Like, I want psychic magic in
Yeah.
D&D. It's like it already exists. You just reflavor it. Like,
Yeah. Tell me
be a
how the
warlock.
spell telekinesis is not psychic power.
Yeah. Just be a warlock, and instead of Eldritch Blast, you just do a Psychic Blast, and you're done. Twice per day, you can overexert yourself and like really blast the hell out of somebody with psychic powers. Go full Akira on them with Black Tentacle, and like, done. Twitch is not getting video or audio. Well, that's not good. Like, has it not been for a while? This was a bit of a hot topic in long time back session. Important that I pick the D20 result versus legendary resistances. Yeah. I have Twitch running just fine, so maybe refresh? You think it was personal? Okay, yeah. Potent loses. Legendary resistance is kind of bullshit because you can just sit on it until you absolutely want to use it. Like,
Yeah.
we've talked about 5e is pretty well balanced scale wise. Like they made a game that is effectively I don't want to say unbreakable because you can absolutely break it, but like they built a game where things work out pretty well together, fairly smooth. The problem comes when all of that smoothing makes it really hard for bosses to feel powerful because everything is so like numb across the board.
Yeah.
Maybe not ubiquitous, but like everything's very median, middle of the road. So you really have to kind of break the mechanics of the game a little bit to make bosses feel powerful, which is like layer actions, really cool. They basically get extra actions, which is awesome.
I love layer actions.
I tend to do that for big boss fights. I always put some kind of top of the round effect going on. That just makes fights more dynamic.
Yeah.
Twitch is a bitch. Join us on YouTube. Do what you want.
Do what you want. Twitch is having a hard time, you guys.
They're not making enough money. I was watching more Pirate Software. I don't know. He's great. I think his name's Thor. I don't remember. But he was saying like he did the math for every time he runs a stream, it costs Twitch like $4,000.
Oh.
And I was like, whoa, okay. So I don't know how much I cost them. And fortunately, Atomic, I think you're the only one in the Twitch stream right now. So you're costing Twitch money, which is great.
Let's see how much pressure we can put on Twitch before Amazon finally decides to scrap it.
Yeah.
No, I do actually feel a little bit bad for Twitch. I like their community tools better than YouTube's community tools.
Yeah. It definitely, like, as an application, it definitely has a lot of things going for it, but they aren't, like... I don't have a solution for them, so I'm not sure how
they aren't improving, they aren't taking feedback, things consistently get worse, and they're not able to pay their own bills, so
Yeah, I don't have a solution for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I can't say the one thing that they're doing wrong, but yeah, I think a big part of it is it might not even be Twitch is the things I like about it. Like, I really like the community engagement. I think it's much better. Whereas YouTube really only has like, oh, spend money. It's like, well, I want the other stuff. So maybe it is that I just need to get Streamlabs hooked up for YouTube. But I'm not sure. Because like the bit system seems really fun, and like the channel point system is really fun. I'd be fine with both of those being on YouTube. But the bit system is just shitty compared to the super chat. Because with bits you have to spend money on Twitch, like to Twitch, and then you're stuck with a fake currency that you then have to spend later.
Yeah.
Like, that's what the porn industry does because it's the most predatory way to do that. So why is Twitch doing it? That's the question. Whereas YouTube is just like, oh, you want to throw money at somebody? Throw money at them. Done. Like, it's cut out the middleman. It's very weird. But I do think, like, and when I say it's the more predatory way, it's because people will absolutely just throw, like, bits at somebody. But if you have to, like, I want to throw a penny at this person 20 times... It's not the same. It's not the same. So, is this a form I see in creation this time? Hold on. Twitch. I missed the first version Risky Magic system. I want to bring some of that back to D&D. Is this a form I see in creation this time? I'm confused. Frog. Okay, this is a frog.
Oh, no, it's the same head shape, right? It's a horned lizard, a horny toad. They've got a very frog-like. I've got this face too wide, for sure.
I think I'm done with this one. I'm going to move on to the next one. I've been drawing this for too long. Unfortunately, I did the thing where I gave this guy a coat, and you now don't get to see that he's a robot. So that's my bad. Sorry, you were saying frog. Go ahead.
Yep. Similar head shape. That's all. There's a reason horny toads are called horny toads. Despite the fact that they're lizards.
And not horny at all.
They are covered with spikes.
I rolled a 28. I don't have a 28, so I'm going to do number 1. The Bare Knuckle Boxer Bouncer Barbarian. There was not a race there. What color am I doing here? Purple. We'll end that poll. Make a new one. We'll have the YouTube chat just dunk on Twitch for the rest of the day.
Oh, come on, guys, be nice.
You know the short-horned lizard shoots blood out of its eyes. I did know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You recommend an orc barbarian? Orc would be pretty good. It said bare knuckle bouncer. I think it would be pretty weird if a bouncer had like boxing gloves on. I feel like I just wouldn't go to that bar. I feel like they're just looking for a fight.
Within a D&D world, I could see a bouncer using brass knuckles though.
Yeah, but I would consider brass knuckles still bare knuckle. Like, I know it's not, but yeah, I guess that's weird. Maybe that's the ramifications of it. I would love to have a pair of brass knuckles, but I think they're super illegal. I think they are super illegal here. So.
At least I know they are in my state, at least.
Yeah, I don't know if there's many states that they are legal. they're one of those items that if you have them, the cops are like, "You're probably going to commit a crime." It's like, well, I mean, they are for protection, but also it's kind of a crime. Twitch abandoned for being unstable, but it comes with my human name. Canada? Bouncers could also use a stun baton or a truncheon. All right, that's fair. That's fair. So just like, please don't let YouTube absorb Twitch. If they lose the competition, YouTube becomes such a mainstreaming service that they can do the predatory monetization cuss. The competition just disappears. That's fair. That is fair. I mean, that probably is what happened with Twitch to begin with. So Twitch didn't have competition, and so they were just like, hey, you know what would be funny? Gambling. Let's do gambling. It's like, oops.
I don't think that that Twitch is actually going to disappear, specifically because it is tied to Amazon, and I actually think that they get a lot of free advertising out of Twitch.
Well, it's not free. That's the problem.
No, I mean fair. They get a lot of extra advertising.
The thing that Google needs. Well, I didn't do a whole bunch of sketches here. I guess I could, but I really like this pose. Just beefy orc shoulders. Microtransaction, multiple currency things is hard for me, but I have my Prime sub. Yeah, that's really all I used to subscribe to a few people on Twitch, and now I just basically like give my Prime sub. There we go.
You okay? Do you smell toast?
No, I'm good. I probably need to check my posture. I swear I've seen you in YouTube chat before, and I know that Atomic and Elliot are one and the same.
Dude, don't dox somebody like that.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't. I try not to blend the two. Like, if I know someone is, I think Hashy Brown. I used to do that to Hashy Brown a lot on accident. Because on Twitch, I won't say it now. Their name is similar but different. But I try to keep the names separate. So if your name is not the same on both, I will try to. If you want to tell me who you are on both, that's fine. Atomic is on Twitch right now, which is why you've seen the name. So if you're reading the YouTube, the bird chat, you guys will see the Twitch chat on the bird. I think. Atomic Canada. That's an interesting. We got a new name for you. Good old Captain Atomic Canada.
Is that the Canadian version of Captain Atom?
Yep. Captain Atom is great.
He is great.
He died for our sins in Justice League, or in Injustice. How beefy can I make these hands? Why is he doing the flaunt the ass pose walk? Oh, because he feels like it, man. Monica, if you're a big beefy orc bouncer, you gotta flaunt that. You gotta flaunt
if
that
I was
booty.
caked out, I'd flaunt it.
How much cake you got? That's the question.
Not
Get into the bar. How much cake? Dude, these pants make me look caked. He is sticking his booty out pretty hard. Should we give him some knuckles? I remember watching the news when all like the George Floyd protests and January 6th stuff was going on, and there was a guy who just like showed up to one of the protests with like essentially a sign that said "I hate black people," and this guy walked up to him with a towel wrapped around his hand and just beat the living shit out of him. And it was like watching the news, everyone's kind of like, yeah, we kind of know what like that guy had brass knuckles on for sure, but also no, like it's weird. It's super weird. They're so dangerous and so bad, but they look so cool. And I don't know how to feel about it. It's like that guy could have like maybe deservingly could have messed that guy up permanently, right?
Yeah.
But would it have been better if he had seen the brass knuckles instead of the guy hiding it because they're illegal? So it's like I don't know. That's why I'm not a senator. Make everything illegal. Let people deal with consequences.
That's some egalitarian. No.
I said make everything illegal, didn't I?
Oh yeah.
I wanted everything to be not illegal, and then people just have to deal with the consequences of everybody, beating the crap out of each other.
We'd probably have fewer Karens.
That's an old Christopher Titus joke about if everybody had a gun, it would solve all problems. Like no one would get in your face in the grocery line because everybody has a gun. It's just like, yeah, maybe there'd be a lot more dead people. There'd be a lot more dead people. But
I think Texas has proved that resoundingly false.
Maybe that's true. Brass knuckles are about as dangerous as other weapons. It's just most weapons are banned. But yeah, and really, I think the problem with brass knuckles is that they are so easily concealable, and they do just the damage they cause is bonkers. I just realized the points on Twitch are called dice, and I wish I had that many dice. Right? Yeah, it's great. Meanwhile, streamers endorses violence. I'm not a violent person anymore. Yeah. I used to know some guys that would. A few of them became MMA fighters, but before that was like a real thing that you could do. You would just be hanging out with them, and they're like, "Hey, you want to box a little in the backyard?" And I'm like, "No, you are double my size. You will kill me." And they're like, "No, it'll be fine. I'll wear the gloves." And I'm like, "Dude, what? No." Just like, what are you talking about? So,
Come on, let me beat the shit out of you.
Let's just punch each other for a little bit. Like, I'm good.
It'll
I'm good,
be
man.
fine. I don't need to get too over the top with this stuff.
Would you go to a bar that this guy was the bouncer of? That's the question. I didn't give him a...
Yes, but not to drink, just to kind of stare at him, probably. In this theoretical world where I can go and look at this bouncer, am I also Does restoration magic fix all of my health problems?
Am I healthy?
Okay, maybe I will drink then.
Yeah,
It
you
depends.
think that there would be a industry, I guess, is the way to look at it. If there was curative magic that just 100% cured a hangover, like, I feel like that's why maybe there's so many bars in D&D. It's just like anybody can just go to church and pray for cure disease. Or cure poison. Drink yourself to near death and then just go to church and you're fine.
Bless me, Father, for I have
Indulged.
slammed 12 Jaeger bombs last
Yeah.
night.
Oh god, I haven't done that in a while. Alright. A total samurai with a bladed umbrella weapon? Is it an umbrella weapon or an umbrella weapon? I think it says umbrella. It's on the list. I have run out of space on my Excel sheet. Who knew that was a thing? I did. I knew that was a thing. It happens from time to time. Gloves in boxing are mostly to protect the fighter's hands. Right. I mean, that and like the hand wraps are to protect your hands. The padded gloves are to protect your.
I
protect
need
your
healing.
knuckles from ripping open the freaking faces of other people. So
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of stuff to it. Because like bare knuckle fighting is just, it's gross. It's hard to watch.
It's brutal.
I wrestled one of my friends once at a clearing in the woods. He was taller than me and I was heavier, so strangely evenly matched. Yeah, there's a lot to do about like weight, like which is I think is a lot of people don't realize. Like the reason they use a weight class and not like a height class. Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, yeah. I mean, with wrestling, weight is more important. With boxing, I feel like there really should be a height distinction as well, though, because reach does give you
Reach is-
a
yeah.
pretty big advantage.
That's fair. Give him some cool tattoos on his back. And I think we'll call this one. I like the idea that he has a summoning circle on his back, so if he ever gets knocked out, like it just instantly summons a demon. Okay. Let's see who won the poll here. Oliver, I think you might have been LARPing. You might not have known this, but I think you were LARPing in the forest. If you dressed up like a lumberjack. You know, we don't have to talk about this. This might not be YouTube appropriate. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I drink, I sleep all day.
But it has been proven that any non-college level athlete is just a LARPer.
Like someone who says
I mean-
they like to play baseball, but they aren't on a team.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's fair.
Or
Yeah.
just like, well, honestly, but like really, like T-ball is LARPing baseball. Like, I feel like because you're not considered a professional until you get to college level, so you are just LARPing.
Okay, I can see that. The rules where I live is this: bouncers are allowed.
I assume that is in regard to the brass knuckles.
Okay, I think there's supposed to be a
So
comma. The rules where I live, comma, is that bouncers are allowed to use everything below lethal violence to reject people from entering bars. I hear one threatens a minor trying to sneak in with a false ID. Got it. Okay.
So, vocational license for non-lethal weapons. Gotcha.
I don't know what LARPing means. Oh yeah, sorry, Wake. No, thank you, Wake, for live action roleplay. I dress like a lumberjack frequently. Gotcha. I mean, you can LARP all the time. It's fine. You don't have to LARP into like being a wizard. Thank you for the drink your water. Well, one of my friends used to say that they just LARPed as a functional adult constantly. Alright, I'm rolling some dice. Here we go. What's 15 plus 7? 1282. A sword surfing duelist. Sword surfing duelist. Once again, no race. So we're just going to draw a stick figure. On a sword. Da-da-da-da. That seems very dangerous and irresponsible. I'm going to make it a goblin, I think.
I think that's an item in Pathfinder.
A surfing sword?
Yeah, I think so. Hang on.
Alright.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's kind of a like Taoist, like East Asian sort of fantasy sort of thing.
There's a difference between pretending and being an amateur. That's true. I guess LARPing may be, like, I get where you're coming from, Course, but LARPing might be saying that you are a major leaguer. But at the same time, I get where you're coming from with you're not playing professionally, you're just playing, like...
As a hobby.
As a hobby.
LARPing is a hobby.
Yeah.
Period.
But not all hobbies are LARPing.
You can't be a professional LARPer if you work at, like, a Renaissance
If you're
fair.
like Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Yeah, exactly.
If only I were like.
But
Brennan
I do think
Mulligan.
also, like, you're not really an amateur baseball player until you hit college, right? Because then you're trying to get a job as a professional baseball player.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're a kid,
But you're still technically just... It's not your job. It's not your life until, like, you get into college and then get signed on.
it goes back to the oh shoot, what was it?
I'm basically trying to say LARPing isn't bad. People need to stop giving it guff. Because everyone does it.
Do you know why people make fun of LARPing specifically?
Because it looks ridiculous.
Because it looks ridiculous. And the only introduction people had to LARPing for decades was a very specific group of LARPers in California that did play essentially D&D and LARP.
Yeah.
And it was like 5 guys, and they were the nerdiest people, and they loved being on camera.
Paintball
I think
is LARPing.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That I will agree with.
There's the other one I saw, which is horrible and funny. A bunch of LARPers found a dead body, and this guy like went on the news and he's like, "I tried to cast my resuscitation spell," and it's just like, oh no, like that's why people make fun of LARPers. What's the other
This is
one?
mainly due to the news looking for the weirdest and wackiest person.
Right.
Because I guarantee he was the weirdest, wackiest person there out of the group of probably sane individuals.
Yeah, like 15 people just said, "Oh yeah, we found a body over there." And one guy's like, "I'm still a wizard," and they're like, "Interview that guy." Interview the guy. It's like the same. There's the professional Satanist. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? He's on the news. Okay, there's 2 guys. There's one guy who's actually like in charge of the of one of the Satanist groups in America, who's on the news quite often.
Legit.
Totally legit dude. Very cool. I love it when he talks. He's the guy with he has one weird colored eye. I don't remember his name though. And then there's another guy who I think was like the Satan Senpai meme. That guy's also on the news all the time. Very weird dude. LG, welcome in. So, I didn't have enough glitter. They said they were defacing evidence. Yep, that's right. Oliver knows what I'm talking about.
I found the sword. It's called the Skyrider sword.
Skyrider sword, okay. +2 greater striking greatsword. Oh, it's a greatsword, okay. Has a broad, flat blade that can support the weight of a medium-sized or smaller wielder. Nice. Soar through the air, carrying the wielder along with it. Okay, we'll make it a greatsword. Let's do it. I'm going to make it a goblin, though, just for the hell of it.
It also just reminds me of one of my favorite anime called Black Clover. One of the characters, later on, he flies around on his big giant Buster greatsword.
Nice. Corvus, you missed the thing earlier where we were talking about people getting defensive about the things they like. I just wanted to bring that up for the LARPing, which I think, like I said, you're totally legit.
I don't do it. I'm just saying people.
Oh, who's getting defensive about LARPing now?
There's a...
You all are, when I call that sports.
And so that's what I was going to bring up. That's not get back to the point. There is no difference, because a lot of people I know that are gamers will like get pissy about football fans, and then people will get like super into anime or super into watching esports and people playing games and stuff, and it's like it's all the same. It's all fandoms. It's all people just participating and having fun. So like, stop othering each other and just enjoy the shit you like. Everyone LARPed as kids. We picked up sticks and dueled the enemies. Most friends who did not agree the most important and movie game character. Yeah, I filmed myself doing it. Like, it was great. I wanted to be a stuntman for so long, and then I started getting hurt, and I was like, maybe I don't want to do this.
Typical.
Yep.
Potentially also a smart life choice. But then again, I don't know, maybe not.
What would my life be like if I had stayed in shape and started being a stuntman instead of?
I will say you will probably have broken more bones, but also you would probably be much better at doing dangerous things and not breaking your bones.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty good at that, but I'm not good at eating properly and sitting on my ass all day. One of the most unhealthy things I think I ever did was work for the university.
I believe
I gained like 30 or 40 pounds, and yeah, it wasn't great. Getting paid well and living right next to a coffee shop, not great. Not good for you.
I feel like that, or you working at a restaurant, your previous restaurant.
Oh yeah, working at a pub when you're already kind of like disposed to eating bad foods, not good.
Yep.
Not good. There's two kinds of restaurant workers. There's the kind that's way, way, way too skinny because they're on some kind of substance, and the kind that eats the food there and is also way, way unhealthy. So, yeah, it's unfortunate.
Which ones are the ones like Robert Irvine that are way too stressed all the time and take it out at the gym and just get super swole?
I don't know who that is.
He was a Food Network guy for a while.
Is he like the guy who fixed up restaurants?
No.
Restaurant rescue.
I will say this, and maybe this is a hot take. That is what I did when I first worked at the restaurant, like the first restaurant I worked at the university. I basically, the three things I did is went to school, well, I guess four things. Played League of Legends, went to the gym, and went to work at the restaurant. And while everyone else had substance abuse problems where they just would go to work, start drinking, go home, wake up, go to work, start drinking, I would get off work and just beat the shit out of myself at the gym. So like working out, there's like healthy working out, and then there's you being there because you're kind of a masochist and just want to beat the shit out of yourself. So working out can be a type of substance abuse, especially if you're drinking way too much caffeine and protein shakes. I'm getting a Waka from Final Fantasy X vibes from the dude riding the sword. He's got a little bit of like baggy pants. Waka has a pretty cool uniform, which I guess is like a blitzball uniform. Is that right? I can't remember. No, Titus has the blitzball uniform, which is also big baggy shorts. He's gonna get goggles. Let's put some goggles on him.
I thought it was like one big baggy short leg and one big baggy pant leg.
Titus, I think he looks like he's got one sleeve because he's a sociopath, and then he's got the regular pant leg, and then this, and then the big Mickey Mouse shoes. And then Waka, I think he's got like the high-waisted big shorts, and then the big Mickey Mouse shoes. Is that right? Someone correct me here. I haven't played this game forever. I don't know if does Waka have a a vest, or is it?
I think so.
It might just be like a sleeveless shirt. I'm not sure. Mr. Impossible, the bodybuilding professional chef.
This guy?
Yeah. Suspenders. All right. High-waisted suspenders. Got it.
However, his outfit covers everything except his titties and his navel.
Welcome to Final Fantasy, my friend.
Yep.
Welcome to Final Fantasy.
Like that one armor set that you get stuck with sometimes in 14.
The Subblegar.
Yep, Subblegar.
Wait, you can't make up boob windows where the boobs just hang out? Oh, no, that's for the guys. Oh, okay. Wait, what?
Yep. Basically a harness.
It was really funny. They, in the last one, like last patch or so, maybe the last expansion, they made it so that they removed a bunch of the gender restrictions for some of the clothes. And it's like, so now there's a handful of like bras and stuff that men can wear, and you put it on, and it's like that's actually less revealing than some of the other clothes that we already have. Like, why was this restricted for so long? So it's pretty funny. Final Fantasy
because men aren't supposed to wear women's clothing.
Do we have to go back to the lumberjack song? Because I will.
I feel like the reason why I was pseudo defensive was I didn't sleep until like I don't know 4 this morning.
You got the salt.
Oh.
You got the salt today.
Because I spent all night watching an anime and finished it.
Nice.
Corvus,
Well, there's only 2
grumpy.
seasons of 12 episodes, so. Like, I don't think I woke up until like almost 1 today.
Oof.
Goodbye, regular sleep schedule.
Yep.
Never have one.
Oh, fair enough.
Just a fact about myself.
I worked the night shift at a video rental store for years. So, for a big part of my life, I like stayed up till 4 a.m. and woke up at 1 every day. Like that was my schedule.
Did that in high school.
How did you do that in high school? When did your school start?
I like on weekends I did that.
Okay.
I mean, basically like
chronotherapy.
stay up to watch or get up really early. Either would stay up really late or get up super early to watch Inuyasha or some other anime that was on Cartoon Network at the time.
Gravity Mage or Chrono Mage, which is cooler?
I like Gravity.
I don't know what to do
That
with
magic just-
Gravity.
You can sync people. You can speed up one of your allies. You can slow down an enemy.
Well, okay, so here's my argument. Those are the same. Because being lighter doesn't necessarily make you faster, but being heavier would definitely slow you down.
Yeah.
So, like, I think there's some finesse in there, but then with
So-
like Times Mage, just remaining the same and making you faster, I feel it would be better controlled. But it also is a matter of like size, right? Because if you are a gravity mage and you can like crash the moon into the planet, that's pretty great. But if you're a time wizard that can only affect like a person or smaller, I don't know. That doesn't seem as good as being able to just make somebody really heavy. Because if you make them really heavy, it doesn't matter how fast they're going. They're just right.
So what Matt did was with the fluctuating with the weight of people, or at least how gravity affects people. So like if you increase their gravity, they move slower, but you hit harder. Because there's more force behind your swings, even though you're moving slower. If you lighten them, they move faster, but their attacks, like you don't add your strength modifier to your attacks.
Interesting.
Basically.
Yeah, because like if you take a great sword and make it honestly 5 or 10 pounds heavier, it doesn't do that much more damage. It's slower, and you are just you're less effective. Like regardless of what you're doing, I feel like it's less effective. Because if you make a large sword lighter, it might not have the heft. So like, I don't know. I feel like it kind of works itself out.
But you also gotta think this is D&D where basically anything goes.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So like, if you up the size of a weapon, which is essentially what you're doing by increasing its mass, even though it's remaining the same size, the damage dice goes up. So like, I can see that. I can see gravity magic doing that, making the damage dice go up or down. And I guess that's what gravity weapon does in. Now that I'm thinking about it, in Pathfinder, that's exactly what that does. But
step off.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying like but at the same time, if you can swing the sword faster with a speed spell instead of getting 2 attacks, why doesn't that do more damage?
Well, it's because way they do it is you're not hasted when you're lightened, which gives you extra attacks. So you're only doing 1 attack anyways.
This does also go back to gravity and time are the same thing. So effectively, I feel like we're arguing 2 different directions to have the same effect.
Also, I was completely wrong. So let me just clarify. So when you adjust the density, if you lighten their density, their speed increases and they can jump twice as far as normal.
Yep.
However, they have a disadvantage on strength checks and strength saving throws.
Oh, because their density is lower. Interesting.
Yep.
Okay.
And while their weight is doubled, the creature's speed is reduced by 10 and has advantage on strength checks and saving throws. I thought it had to do with damage and stuff like that.
Interesting.
At 10th level, you can use this to target a creature or object of huge or smaller. So. But I mean, you can also create black holes as a gravity mage, little mini singularities.
That again feels like a big spell.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's 14th level wizard feat.
So you increase your swing speed and then increase the heft. When you go into hit, you have the control. Being naturally buoyant in air would also likely slow you down to be a ton. Yeah, like it's the funniest thing about all this is like the haste spell and the slow spell, I think, are a good example of like something people can wrap their heads around. You move faster, great, but like on the moon, the astronauts like had to do training and still had a hard time with dealing with a different type of gravity just because it screws with your brain so much. And so I could definitely see like changing somebody's gravity should just disable them. Like, I don't know how effective they would be. Now, if you're changing the gravity of a weapon, like as you're swinging it, that's different. But that's also like, that's more of a fine-tuned or a finesse use of the magic, which I think is cool. I think, and that's why gravity weapon makes sense to me. I think that's fine. versus just like embiggening a weapon is also like, it would honestly be weird to have your sword all of a sudden be too big. So say at level 20, which one is better, gravity or chrono? I mean, once again, I don't know if there's a better. The better is all subjective because it doesn't technically exist and it doesn't make any sense anyways, and they both should technically be doing the same thing mechanically. So the only thing I have against it is Elden Ring's gravity magic was hot garbage. So
Oh yay! I'm floating a rock, smashing into someone. Yay!
Yeah, it did not feel good. It did not feel like gravity magic, and it was slow and just stupid. So I don't know what they were doing there, and I was very upset because I was like, "Oh hell yeah, I'm doing this!" And then I tried it, and I was just like, "This is stupid. This is stupid."
In terms of D&D, I don't care about the nuance between those two either. If I could cast a Final Fantasy level summon meteor spell, then sure.
Yeah, because like the even in Final Fantasy is a good example. Like gravity really is like, what if we open a black hole right here and it just kills everything? It's like, yeah, that's a great spell. We should use that spell all the time. So I really think if you were going to make like a gravity wizard or a chronomancer, I really think you would have to specialize in something, right? For the chrono wizard, I would definitely say it's personal. So like you make yourself or someone else speed up, slow down. You could maybe fiddle with the things we talked about earlier with like essentially necrotic damage, like causing something to age or decay. Like you could also try to break weapons with decay and stuff. But it would have to be, I think, on that scale. And if you're doing gravity, I think it would deal more with actual movement and like manipulation of stuff through space. Like making items feel like they're a size bigger or smaller or lighter or jumping farther. Which I think is kind of on par for what they're doing. So I think they're just different. They're very different. Or they need to be. Otherwise, yeah, go ahead.
I will say, so the Chrono Wizard they had is more about like rewinding like a few seconds in time to like make things re-roll abilities, stuff like that.
Okay.
There's also like a thing where I think you can put someone in like, a temporary stasis, like time stasis.
Stasis? That's a good idea. I've seen a few games do that where they're like, oh, stop time, and then it's like they're invincible. And it's like, okay. I don't know how I feel about
the thing about gravity I was thinking about is their 10th level feat called Violent Attraction, where
I got a Barn Owl Hexblood Archfey Warlock.
Okay. What does the 16 get me?
Modern day electric superhero. She's also amazing with computers. Are you okay doing superhero characters?
Electric, maybe technopath, modern day female superhero.
What color am I doing here? Solutions both work. Oh yeah, they both work. That's what I'm saying. Like, saying which is better. Like, I think they're just different. They're completely different types of wizard. It would be like the scene in Ant-Man where they changed their size of objects. There was a thing I was reading about in the Ant-Man movie. They're like, oh yeah, we just adjust like the spacing between your particles, and then in later movies they revealed that was a lie. Like, yeah, no, that's just how they explained it to the main guy so that his brain wouldn't break. I was like, yeah, because that doesn't really work. Because otherwise you'd be the size of an ant and you'd still weigh the exact same amount that you weigh, and he would just break through the floor. So
it's kind of what they did with Envy in Full Metal Alchemist, where like Envy was like the heaviest homunculus because the real form is a
massive
giant dragon lizard thing with faces, and because you can't create nor destroy matter, you have to like compress it down into a little body.
Yeah, and that's that's what a lot of the time they do with the Ant-Man. They're like, oh, that's why he can punch somebody. It's like, because he's really tiny. It's like, yeah, but he can also stand on Iron Man's shoulder, so which is it? Like, one of those two things doesn't make sense.
Yeah. The thing I was thinking about earlier, going back to the violent retraction, you can use your reaction to basically increase the velocity, that the attack's velocity of the, and increase the damage by, or not increase, but give an extra D10 of damage.
That's cool. I like that. Yeah.
You can also, like, if something's falling, you can basically cause them to fall faster as a reaction.
Oh, I was looking at Pathfinder 2nd Edition stuff, and like, or were we talking about that on Saturday? Maybe, I can't remember.
Yeah.
You fall 500
feet.
feet.
Discussing it.
Yeah.
We
You immediately fall 500 feet. It's like, that's a lot. That's a very far distance to fall.
I feel like if you had that far to fall.
I think the problem is with it is, I mean, and yes, I think that's right. If you have that much space to fall, it's not that fast, but it's over 6 seconds, and so once again, it falls into that discrepancy of while you're playing around, when do things happen, and so you immediately fall 500 feet, because it's happening over the course of the round, and it just feels too fast because it's happening as you do it. You know, you guys played a Coyote Time House Rules? I have not. What is that? Human superhero or alien superhero? Like Superman alien?
I think they're meaning the electric hero.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, I don't think it's specified. So.
Yeah, it did not give me a species. It just said modern superhero, and most of the ones that I know are human or human-like enough that it doesn't matter.
Fair.
I mean, unless Clark Kent has 2 giant penises that we never see.
Have you not seen that comic?
No.
What is that?
I knew it was going there.
They're my claws. They get more grip. I don't know who that artist is, but they make a lot of funny stuff.
Yeah, but like basically, like ultimately, Superman is so human-like that it doesn't matter.
Give a round to react. Yeah, generally what I do when people get thrown off cliffs is I'll space it out between. Like, I'll do it at the top of the round, not on their turn. It's like, okay, you fall off the cliff, they are going, they have their turn to react, and then they fall.
That sounds smart. I maybe should have done that, but
it doesn't matter. I mean, the other way to do it, which I really commonly what I do, because it's like, I don't want to make this a thing, is when it happens, I give them a reaction to, stop themselves from falling, whether that's grabbing onto your sleeve or grabbing the edge of the cliff. Just because it's not fun to just insta-die for no reason.
yeah, I was a little bit too tired to have to deal with that on our game last Saturday.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it worked out all right.
Yeah.
I killed Jump Rope's character the other day. I did not realize that if a character dies, you can ditch. Whenever you make a death save in Pathfinder, you can ditch all of your remaining hero points to immediately stabilize.
Yeah.
And you can do that after the roll. So it's just like, I should have done that. Should have done that, and I didn't. That's my bad. I I am once again reminded that the future without editors is not in mine. Oh, around to react like Wile E. Coyote. Gotcha. Yeah. I feel like I should make this more derpy. What do owls look like again? Beans?
Wads of fluff.
Did they specify what type of owl?
Barn owl.
Barn owl.
I don't remember what barn owls look like.
They got big old heart-shaped faces.
Oh, okay.
The satellite dish face.
So technically not true owls.
Really?
Yeah, they're owl adjacent, but they're not like. So there's like specific family of true owls, and then there's like a branch off family of owl-like birds that.
Goddamn scientists gone too far.
Yeah. Basically, yes. It's like it looks like an owl, acts like an owl. It's an owl.
What is it? A fish?
No.
Fish also has no meaning. We're like they're genetic sequencing everything, right? So they're making these distinctions for a reason. For most of us, it doesn't matter. For biologists, it does.
That's fair.
Like you're not going. Basically, it's like you can't cross like a barn owl and a great horned owl.
Ah,
It's
okay.
just so.
It's some of that
Yeah,
Pokemon shit.
like-
I didn't realize this. I didn't know this. I have a little bit of Nintendo lore. So many people might know that Nintendo originally started out making playing cards. Yes?
Yep.
Yeah.
What I didn't know is that they were nudie playing cards.
Oh yeah, they
had-
also owned Love Hotels.
They loved loan love hotels, and so like, and I saw like a TikTok talking about this, and then he made the argument that like Nintendo's never changed its plan. It's just now it deals with tiny Pokemon love hotels to make people breed more Pokemon. And I thought that was funny and clever, but yeah.
Did you watch Youth Pastor Ryan?
Maybe. I don't know. TikTok just throws weird shit at me all the time. It's great.
Which he's not a youth pastor. It's a running gag because he looks like a youth pastor.
Owls have a type tree? Like owls with 4 claws instead of 3s. Ah.
Yeah.
I gotta turn this into an Archfey warlock.
So there's like typical owls, which is in the Strigidae family, and then you got the barn owl is in like the Talionidae, something like that.
Okay.
2 different like families of owls.
I just love that 90% of owls aren't real.
Well, only 2 owls are real. The rest are real owls.
No, I mean like trees.
Oh.
Only 90%. Sorry, 90% of the owl you see isn't real.
Oh.
It's just like
Fluff.
it's fluff. Yeah, the owl looked like this, and he like what up? This is what owls look like. They're creepy as fuck. And then you put the fluff on them, and they're like, "Yep, definitely an owl."
Then you get the owlets that look like Muppets.
Mm-hmm. There you go. This is what an owl looks like inside of its fluff.
You ever shaved an owl?
1 second, I'll be right back. I need to get my water.
Of course, I've never shaved an owl. I assume that's a reference to something that I have not seen.
No, it's just me being stupid.
Oh. It sounded like it could be a reference from Family Guy or something like that.
No, say that. I may have weirdly been referencing like a Caitlin Doty video, who does
Oh, yeah.
mortician.
Yeah.
It's like, have you ever fried frog's legs? And funeral home directors talking about like how you should not be cremating your loved ones. Comparing it to grilling grandma on an open spit.
Boo, 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 boo. Okay. Looks like it joined the Snuggle cult. Is that is that a real thing?
Knuckles the bear
I don't know. Snuggles the bear.
from like the Downy commercials or
Oh.
whatever it's called.
He's got his own cult.
I don't know.
I mean, he's super creepy.
Did you draw this owl for your wisdom sticker? I mean, I did, yeah. But my brain doesn't retain things.
Because all dumb stats.
Yep.
I mean that in the nicest way possible.
In the nicest way possible. You're so stupid.
I mean, maybe like a 12 or 13 in intelligence. That's above average.
When I was younger, I would argue I had a pretty high dex strength and
Oh God.
wisdom score, and now I'm constantly near death. So
Yep.
I don't know what that
You
means.
must have got cursed.
Possibly, yeah, possibly. Oh, Snuggie cult. Got it. Like the blankets.
So I didn't realize barn owls have a really different skull than other owls.
I was gonna say when you said that they aren't real owls, I was like, are they falcons or are they like?
Because here's a, so I just posted a barn owl skull, and this is like a great horn owl skull.
Yeah, those are very different.
I mean, they are raptors. I believe.
Okay.
I could be wrong. They're definitely birds of prey. I'm not sure about the raptor part.
I don't know if that matters. Like, I don't know if that's a classification that actually clears up anything. Beard of prey.
How 80s X-Men do I want to go with this costume?
That's actually what I was thinking when I read that this morning on the list. And I put it on the list. I was like, oh man, I can draw some like rogue or something. That'd be fun. This should be right up your alley because most superhero costumes are just hop, skip, and a jump away from an excuse to draw a naked person.
Yeah, it's basically a naked person, but you don't put on the nipples or genitalia.
Did you know that's why Superman wears underwear on the outside?
Yes.
To scoot past the censor. Owls are in the raptor family, right? That's kind of what I was wondering. Like, are all owls raptors? Like, does that mean
Yeah,
anything?
so basically any bird of prey is considered a raptor. Like anything that uses its talons to grab onto something.
Ah, raptors. Is that what
Not
that
reptiles.
I was trying to make him look like he got a poofy neck, and I accidentally gave him a bathrobe. I think I got to start over.
Huh, you did give him a bathrobe. And yeah, you have to be a dinosaur in order to be a raptor, so no reptiles. Only birds.
Graptosaurus Rex.
Beards.
I love that birds do all still follow the definition, or fit the definition for dinosaurs.
I mean, they are dinosaurs.
Well, yes, I know,
Okay.
but like we know that genetically, but they didn't change the definition. The definition for dinosaurs has always had to do with the way the hip bone works,
Yeah.
the way it stands directly over the legs, and it was a big departure from reptiles because reptiles, their legs are splayed out, so their hip joints are very different. So dinosaurs literally were able to become megafauna because their locomotion was significantly more energy efficient.
I think I'm trying to make this too much of a puffball. I'm going to give it a body. I'm going to make it actually have a body. But I'm not giving it real legs. It's got to have the derpy bird legs.
What I'm seeing right now, it looks like the weird mantis creature from Space Ghost.
Brack.
Zorak?
Is it Zorak?
Ink?
Brack was the weird, like,
Cat?
cat-looking thing, right?
I don't know.
I only ever watched Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
I only know the memes. I only know the memes.
I think that the Coast to Coast, the talk show, was better than the actual series.
Was it an
Which
actual
one?
series? That makes total sense now.
There was an actual series, cartoon series. It's it's much older. I think it was I don't know if it was exactly contemporary, but it's definitely in the same vein as
It was a Hanna-Barbera
Buck
cartoon,
Rogers,
right?
I think.
Maybe it wasn't Hanna-Barbera. Buck Rogers, huh? Sea Lab!
Okay, I gotta
Is
figure
it-
out what her costume is gonna be doing.
I would 100% make a Sea Lab. If I could get $1 billion, more than that probably, to build an offshore underwater sea laboratory, I would do that. I would
Okay,
devote
so
my life to it. Somebody give me money.
the anime comedy late night talk show started in the early 2000s.
That's
That's
Space
Coast
Ghost
to
Coast to
Coast,
Coast.
Yes.
I don't know if there was ever actually an original Space
Yes.
Ghost. There was? Okay. Was that
From
in
the
60s? Okay.
Yep.
Who drew it? Like, who was the company? Was it a...
It was Hanna-Barbera.
It was
I think it was
Hanna-Barbera.
just an original cartoon.
Okay.
I don't think it's based off a comic.
Falcons are actually more closely related to parrots and woodpeckers. Interesting. Not woodpeckers. Different clade. Okay.
I love that Falcon Punch is actually a thing that they do. At least with peregrines.
Mm-hmm. I got smacked by one of those once. It was not funny.
It's funny now.
Ripped the hat right off my head.
Could have been worse.
Oh, yeah. No, I could have, like, lost an eye.
Could be like people in Australia that get dive bombed by Australian magpies.
Is it cassowaries?
Oh no.
Bah! Oh god.
You do not want to get attacked by a cassowary. They are modern day raptors. If raptors had shivs instead of slashing blades.
They somehow suddenly regain the ability to fly and hide in trees and just start ambushing people.
Nightmare scenario.
The time of humans is over.
Australia couldn't even handle the emus. How do you think they would fare against cassowaries, which are infinitely more dangerous?
I'm not going to talk shit on Australia. That doesn't feel like a place we need to go to.
I'm kidding, Australia.
Did barn owls have like weird ears?
No. Our barn owls do not have any ears.
Well, I mean, a little like eyebrow poofs. No, okay.
Oh, yeah, no. I know what you're talking about,
Okay.
and the answer is no.
Let me get rid of this.
They're just smooth. Oh, that's adorable little dwarf cassowary.
Yep, there's a barn owl. They are basically moth birds.
Oop, my
I
music's
had to
back.
do a quick Google search. Like, are cassowaries in Australia? Yes, but only like in a
Yes.
small portion.
Yeah.
Sounds Australia's a little ear.
Okay, how can I make this guy look more like a warlock? Archfey warlock. Archfey warlock.
Gold horns.
Little horns. Do that.
Sad. I was hoping the Rio would be closer to us, but they're not.
The Rio? Is
The
that another-
Rhea.
Is that the another
It
big
is-
bird?
Yes, it is a large flightless bird of South America.
Gotcha.
They're basically like equator below. Like from Brazil down to like the tip of Argentina. And they look like female ostriches.
They're a
How does-
little thicker, aren't they? A little chunkier.
I don't know if I know they're not as tall as an ostrich, but like color palette wise, they're gray. They're all. I don't think there's like a lot of like sexual dimorphism between male and females.
No, you're right. I'm thinking of a different bird that is extinct.
The moa?
Elephant birds.
Yeah. It's Rhea, spelled R-H-E-A. And yeah, they do just look like female ostriches. Or maybe if an ostrich and a Chinese crane had a baby. An ugly mutant baby.
Okay. There's my warlock. Jewelry? Huh? I don't know what I'm doing today. Here we go. We're down to 24.
You're doing great.
We're getting there. Very Hollow Knight. 11. An old satyr paladin born before time with control over it, and a curse in his kind gaze.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I was actually worried about drawing this one earlier. I was kind of hoping Druid would get it.
I'm almost done with this. I can do it if you want.
No, I can do it. And it's just an old satyr paladin that has control of time.
So, Dr. Seuss Paladin.
That's actually not a bad. I was thinking of like Zillion as a as a satyr, bearded goat man.
Or mesh the two together.
Yeah. Just draw Matt Smith as a satyr.
But that's a satyr.
I mean, he does have that energy.
I don't know. I feel like David Tennant would make a better satyr personality-wise.
That's only because he's been in Hamlet like 30 times.
And also, he's Scottish. So.
Yeah.
Satyrs
like-
aren't Scottish; they're Greek.
It don't matter. But also, I think it helps.
Once again, refer back to Hamlet.
Crowley.
He does a good Crowley.
Has like a little nasty goatee and a few flashbacks.
Such a good series. Time Wizard. I feel like this one has got to be like a bust. Just like a big... One, it's a paladin, and two, it's like an old time paladin. That just feels like you would see the bust of this somewhere. Maybe this is a good excuse to figure out how to draw hair. Like, send me some cool Time Wizard haircuts in chat, people.
Oh, the paladin. Was this wizard?
Yes, but I figured typing Time Wizard into the internet would be better. Send me paladin haircuts. That's fine. Paladin or Time Wizards. You know my favorite quote from a book? I don't. You can tell me what it is, though. You may fascinate a woman by giving her a piece of cheese. I don't know if that's a good book to be reading. I don't understand the quote. Please specify. That might need context.
Sounds like a Saturday morning breakfast cereal comic that I know and love.
Is it the old guy and his, like, pickles or whatever the hell it's called?
No. SMBC Saturday morning breakfast cereal is the name of the comic strip.
Gotcha.
It's kind of along the same lines as XKCD, but drawn by an artist.
Okay. I think I know who you're talking about. Time Wizard and Basil Bard to the rescue. What was the thing that... It's wizard time. What was the... For some reason, when we started this channel, started doing the live streams, people kept trying to make me draw bread wizards. Or potato paladins.
I remember that.
Yeah. I never understood the joke. I never got it.
And garlic bread clerics.
Garlic bread cleric, that was the other thing, yeah. So the Basil Bard and the Time Wizard would fit right in there.
You also got a lot of potato golems, right?
Potato golems, yeah. I think the people that were into that made their own Discord and just left.
Here you go, Rook.
Oh god, I forgot about the hair wizard.
Same.
I was like, if you're over time, you probably have like super long hair.
The sun is setting over the ocean. Tell me the 3 words every woman longs to hear. Cheese is available. What? No, you're supposed to say I love you. Oh my god, that's better.
Is
Such
that
a beautiful.
camembert?
Is that camembert? Such a beautiful moment. That's pretty funny. I think giving anybody a piece of cheese out of nowhere would fascinate them. by the pure, just the word fascinate, like actually fascinate them. Like, the fuck is going on?
That's how a bard with no riz fascinates an audience. He holds a block of cheese.
That one's pretty good at Atomic like that. Oh, what's his name? Shoot, there's another YouTube Shorts guy who just does horrible D&D character ideas. I just did a. It's the same guy that did the werewolf railgun. I can't remember his channel name. Anyways, one of the last ones he posted was a bard who is supposedly like famous for shutting down entire armies, but all it is it's a tiny child who's so bad at playing the recorder that everybody feels bad and just goes along with it. So the whole campaign is based around trying not to let him figure out that he sucks at playing the recorder.
Oh,
and I thought
yes.
I thought that was
Yes,
really
ending
funny.
a child.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're like, oh, yep, no, it's so good. Well done, Bard. I guess we'll go home now. Doot, 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 doot. Makes me happy.
Jesus.
I like that idea for a bard. Lars does this thing where he will be like, I want to play X but be bad at it. And like that's his character concept. And it drives me crazy because it's like you realize you are ineffective, right? like what are you doing?
You have chosen to be ineffective. You have chosen to be a non-player.
Yeah. I would much rather, and this is the argument I would make to Lars. I would much rather that you build the character competently and flavor it that you are bad. Like that's what I want. Because then I'm totally on board with that being funny. Like, yeah, if you're a bard and your charisma is like super high, but you just play it off that like I'm terrible and everyone just like goes along with it, I think that's great.
Yeah. Well, it'd be like with the kid. It would be like they obviously would have high enough charisma that it would convince people like, oh yeah, let's not be mean to this kid.
Yeah, exactly. like that's the thing.
That is
it's
a
like,
charisma.
Flavorfully, this kid is convincing everybody to do things, just not in the traditional means. Why the fuck do you have a block of cheese? Haha, you're fascinated. Yes, good. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, fascination is not always a great thing. You could also use the word bewilder or enchant could also be used, which maybe are not good things. Idiot savant succeeds by accident. Kind of, yeah. just like... I think more bard roles should end with pity. I think.
Seduces the dragon. All right, if you really want, we can take a pause on this.
What's the thing you say?
The chamber's over there.
What's the? Oh baby, no. Like no, damn it! I can't think of what the thing you're trying to say is. Druid, I need you to say no politely to somebody because they fucked up real bad. How would you say that? Are you confused?
Honestly, I would need context for a specific thing.
It's a mannerism you do with your NPCs when somebody tries to convince them to do something and they roll like a natural one. Like the NPCs.
I don't even know.
It's something you do. You're like, oh, honey, no, that's what it is.
Oh yeah.
I
got that from How I Met Your Mother.
Okay. You've done it a few times, and every time it kills me because it's just funny. Oh, honey, no.
Oh, honey. Oh.
It's just like it's so like oh, you're pathetic, and it's kind of adorable. It's like ouch, I'm hurt. Why have you done this to me?
I always thought that it was a super funny thing, but everybody always like ignores it. So I did not think that was the thing that you were referencing.
Well, it always happens right after I just failed that roll, so it never feels good. It never feels good to happen, but it's funny.
Fair.
It's a funny way to do it. And that's my approach with NPCs. Of like, I used to have a lot of friends that we go into the bar and we want to roll because we don't want to pay, and it's just like, you could roll a natural one on that, and the bartenders are just going to laugh at you. Like, right? They're just like, no, everybody pays here. I like that. I like that kind of like, you can be really charming and still be incompetent at what you're doing. Or really, really charming and still just be bad at stuff. Sorry. I'm saying that backwards. Be really good at stuff, but still do badly at it. And people don't have to be like aggressive towards you for it. Like hitting on a barmaid. Like, you could roll really good, but she's just like, yeah, no thanks. What is this?
NPCs are people too, people.
Yeah, NPCs are people too. I should put that on a shirt. That might have weird context, though, if people don't understand what I'm talking about.
Just don't kill your NPCs, people. They might have quests for you later.
Why is that Viking man rolling up that Pope's tabard?
I didn't post it.
I know it's from a show. I just don't understand what's actually happening in this specific situation.
That fake Viking show that everyone loves.
Mm-hmm.
Does everybody love it?
I mean, it was very popular while it was on.
It has like 5 seasons.
Yeah. Is it still going?
I feel like it is.
Maybe. I think it's called Vikings.
That me.
Yeah, it's just literally called Vikings. It's done by the History Channel.
Yeah, it's essentially just Game of Thrones.
It used to be about History Channel.
It's essentially just Viking-themed Game of Thrones. So
yeah.
That's why it's popular. For, I would say, a year when I started doing commissions, everybody sent me a picture of that guy as like, this is the haircut we want on my character. And it's like, okay. There's also a chick in that show that has a really cool undercut.
Yeah.
And everybody sent me that picture. So it's like, the design is great, and it's, it's a cowboy show, but with Vikings. So
yeah, so
who doesn't love
it
that?
has 6 seasons, or had.
Okay.
It finished
did finish
a while back. Yep.
All I know is one of the dress historians I follow ripped the show to shreds.
If you wanted a historical accurate thing, don't watch drama. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Don't watch the History Channel.
Yeah, don't watch the History Channel if you want to learn things about history. Unless you want to learn about like ice road truckers. Or fishing boats. Don't watch the History Channel.
Yep. Or Ancient Aliens.
Ugh.
Poor History Channel.
Ancient astronaut theorists say.
You could not pay me to watch Ancient Aliens.
I actually might watch it just to like dunk on it.
To laugh at it.
Well, I mean, like, that's the problem. Is like I want to dunk on it real hard, but like
Pirate it, just so they don't get the airtime.
Exactly. It's like I don't want to give them credence. I watched an episode of that.
Oh,
sorry. Let me finish up real quick. I think he's rolling up his priest frock to mock his authority. Okay, that would make sense. They were wearing broke all of the immersion. What they were wearing broke all the immersion for me. Okay, that's funny.
Yeah.
Ice Troll Trucker might need a future suggestion.
I kind of like it. I know Milo from Mini Man did a
Yeah.
bad archaeology thing recently about these hieroglyphs, and I use big air quotes. I mean, they are hieroglyphs, just fake hieroglyphs, and very poorly done.
The ones in Australia.
Yep. And he uses an Ancient Aliens clip, and it's just like, God, I forgot how ridiculous it was. Or is. I don't know if it's still going.
I can see all of time. I love Dr. Manhattan conceptually.
Yeah, same.
Because he's an omnipotent character. In canon. And the way that they deal with that is beautiful, and I love it, and I think it's great. And it also adds a really cool hook because he's like, I can see everything and I know what's going to happen except for this one moment in time, and that's really cool. And so I'm here and I know what's going to happen because I can also see past it, but I want to see what happens. And it's like, yeah, I love that. I love that concept. The movie maybe was not so great, but like the comic
Yeah,
itself,
it was fine. It was entertaining.
sure. The TV show is actually pretty good. They made a after the fact show.
I think the movie did Rorschach pretty well.
Yeah, he's really kind of the main character that you're supposed to engage with.
Yeah.
Everyone else is kind of out of touch. I mean, he's super out of touch, but in the other direction.
Yeah. I like that aspect, especially of Dr. Manhattan, of how out of touch Dr. Manhattan is.
Mm-hmm.
How difficult it is for him to like relate to the people around him. I think that's a very cool flaw to give your omnipotent character.
You knew this was going to happen and you didn't say anything? It's like, what's the point? Like, I've already seen it happen.
You just killed a pregnant woman. Yeah, and you watched me do it, knowing exactly what was going to happen. You could have turned the bullets to steam and you did nothing. I did not like the comedian.
Oh, you weren't supposed
Not
to.
a-
He was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
That was kind of the point.
Yeah.
Really good book. Really good book. Go read The Watchmen. It's super old now. I highly recommend it.
I have unfortunately only read bits and pieces of it. Most of my exposure was through the movie, and I saw the movie first, which is probably why it doesn't bother me as much as it does many people who read the comics first.
I read the comic one Christmas. It's like that. I had Christmas off. I went up to my family's in the woods, and I didn't have anything. I was just like, all right, and I just read the entire Watchmen comic one night. And it was just like, oh, that was too heavy for a Christmas read, but still really good. And then I reread it again it's like a year or two later. Vertex, welcome in, by the way. Sorry I didn't say hello. Okay, I gotta figure out hair and I gotta figure out horns. I feel like we should do kind of like long, kind of curly hair. I'm drawing Satyr Jesus, apparently. Una Paladin. You got to admit, the Viking show, even though it's like maybe not historically accurate, it looks really good. Like, I would wear some of that clothes.
Yeah, yeah. I don't care much for the feeling of wool against my skin generally, but
Oh, good lord, that's a lot of horns. Oh, you know what I just realized? If you're a satyr that's older than time, your horns are probably massive.
yeah, probably.
I need some, like, really good goat horns.
I think I know just what you need.
Maybe we do this on a separate layer so we can draw over the top of it. Blah! Wait, what? What gift is this? Oh, this is from Atomic.
Here you go, Alpine Ibex.
This is pretty dope.
Rough angle though.
Looks like the go. Oh yeah, scratching his own butt. Sometimes that's all you need. After next week, commissions will be open again. Like, I'm now taking more commissions. So if people would like to get something done, please let me know on Discord. I think I might open up the not safe for work chunk too. Yeah, nothing else going on. Why not? I'm not sure where I would post that stuff though, so I might have to go to Reddit. He should have goat ears, not goblin ears. It's now. It's like such a tiny difference. I'm gonna have to make a not safe for work commission page. Oh no, no fun.
Whatever shall we do?
I was working on my last commission yesterday, which I think I'm gonna try to finish up this afternoon. I might do that in Discord after the stream. I ran into an issue with drawing all the little jellyfish tendrils, and I tried using a different technique of like using a non-transparent brush, and then I didn't like it, so I went over it with the normal brush that I use, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's way better. And then I went over that again, and I'm like, do I just need to refine things like 4 or 5 times regardless of what I'm doing? Like, it's weird how fidelity can change, like, just over the course of a few layers. It's like, even looking at this, if I went down, like, I could make this line cleaner again and again and again and again. It's like, oh man, how minute do I want to get before I stop? Because that's kind of, I think that's where I'm at with my artwork. It's like really deciding on fidelity is kind of, and I've never been there before. I've never been at that point where it's like I feel like I'm competent enough that I could just keep refining over and over again. I'm very happy with some of my line work. It's a weird place to be. said not safe for work, and everybody just checked out. They're all calling their bankers, like, I need $5,000 for an art commission. Please, sir, you can't keep buying this furry smut. Don't tell me what to do with my money. Quiet, Alfred. Bring the checkbook. That was a reference from earlier, for those of you who are very confused now.
There we go. I think I'm done.
Nice.
That's pretty superhero-y, right?
Yeah. That looks good.
What are we thinking on time?
I'm probably going to go till 3, just because I have a lot and I want to get through some of them. And then that way I don't feel guilty about not getting a bunch of them done.
All right. That probably gives me enough time to do one more. Just over an hour.
Yeah.
We down to a D20 yet or not?
We're at 23, so roll a D4 and a D20.
Ooh, super low. 8.
8. A male poisonous dart fog, Gripply sniper. Poison dart fog. Well, I mean, so it's just a Gripply. Gripplies are all poison dart frogs.
Yep.
Gripply sniper. As far as resolution, if that's what you're talking about, depends on the use case, right? Yeah, it does. So, like, it's one thing to just, like, zoom in and keep redrawing something, but specifically, like, when I'm refining lines, like, a great example is this eye. Like, if I went to, like, redefine this now, like, there's just so many new... I could fill all of this in black and have it just clean the line up. Or you can go in and just start adding more detail. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, I'm at a point where I can choose to continue refining the shapes, or I can start adding more texture. And I'm on the fence about it. It might be a little too vague, but it's more or less just I'm very comfortable with my art style right now. And I have the opportunity to kind of start adjusting it to a new thing. Did I delete this layer? What just happened? Oh, what? What is this? Wait a minute.
Did you play with the layer opacity?
I did. I turned it down, but now the layer just doesn't exist. But it's still there. Like, I can see it.
Yeah, I can
So,
see
like,
it too.
There it is. Okay, so it's this one. I accidentally moved it onto a different layer.
No, I do that all the time. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. Now that I'm looking at it, I want to redo the eye. Let's do it. Fuck it. Stupid cyberpunk. When in doubt, fuck it. There's something about my art style that I never get to, and it's drawing the ridge on the lower eyelid. Like when you're drawing an eyelid, actually giving the bottom eyelid some
Volume? Yeah.
I don't draw that fine-tuned enough, or like fine detailed enough. And I think I'm at a point where I could start doing that, but it would like probably double my draw time to do that. That's kind of what I'm talking about, like replacing a line with, more detail, more fidelity. When you're developing an art style, do you have artists you were trying to emulate, or artists that you studied closely when you were. So that's me specifically. Yes and no. Like, some of the artists that I really love are like Jean-Baptiste and Wayne Reynolds for sure. Like, I think Wayne Reynolds is probably the artist that I'm trying to emulate the most, and Frank Frazetta. Those three are probably the most influential for me. Then there's like Loish, who has a style that is just not mine. It is not my style at all. It's very painterly. It's very colorful, and I love her stuff to death. Like, I've sponsored a couple of her Kickstarters. I have a couple of her books. I still follow her on Instagram and stuff. She does amazing digital tutorials, but but her style is just, I don't think mine emulates it very well. So, like, you can definitely get inspired by people that are different than your style, but like, conceptually, I love her stuff. So you can kind of get inspiration from all over the place. But if there is a specific style that you want to emulate, that's a good way to do it too. Is like, find those artists and just look at their stuff and follow their stuff. I also looked a lot at like Todd McFarlane. I really, really love his art, but the style is kind of wrong for me. I don't like full opacity when it comes to line art. And he has an amazing inking style that I'm jealous of, but every time I try to emulate it, I'm just not happy with what I can come up with. Like, doesn't feel the same. So yeah. I do have artists I follow and love and watch, but I hope that answered your question. I might have gotten a little off the rails there. Let's say yes. Wayne Reynolds, Frank Frazetta.
Yes to all.
Let me see if I can find some of Jean's stuff. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Monge? Mon?
I have no idea.
Jean-Baptiste Mon. I love his fairy stuff. It is amazing. I highly recommend checking him out.
There's developing this style is really a very interesting sort of thing.
I'm gonna post this. Yeah, okay, good. That did work. I'm gonna paste something real quick. I love this guy's stuff. It's so good. Go check it out.
It's beautiful.
It's just tiny little fairies riding raccoons. Really cool. Go check him out. Old dudes like Arthur Rackham. I know the name, so I'm sure I would. I'd have to go see it. Lizzie? I don't know that one. Yeah, I might have to check that out. I found that Apple has an image search feature on photography. Found I can search for art like mine. Oh, that's cool. Let's see. When I started doing the channel, a lot of people kept comparing my stuff to JoJo. JoJo art.
Yeah.
It's just like, and I kind of get it. I have a very heavy line style.
Yeah, too much scribbles.
Too much scribbles. I like the scribbles. Sometimes I like the scribbles. I've learned to clean up my scribbles. For the most part. But it is kind of nice. I'll go back and I'll look at like some of the first character art I did. And it's bad. But like I still love the pieces themselves. Unknown Eldritch, hello, welcome in. So that's always funny. I'll look and see something and then like I'll zoom in on it and be like, oh my god, this is garbage. What have I done? Pieces of the whole.
There's almost a cosine wave of thoughts about approval of the stuff that you do after you make it, right? Like while you're drawing it, you're like, yeah, that looks good, and then immediately after you draw it, oh my gosh, this is just the worst shit I've ever produced. I'm so embarrassed. And then like if you don't look at it for a month and you look at it again, it's suddenly like, holy crap, this is really good. I can't believe I'm the one who did this.
Right.
And then 10 years later, it's garbage again.
Yeah, I found some of my old, like some of the first commissions I did when I charged like $20 or $30. And I was like, I'm kind of embarrassed. I'm kind of embarrassed of those things. At the time, I feel like I did a great job, but now it's like, oh, I kind of want to go back and redo those for those people. But it is what it is, you know. They got some of the first artwork I did. What am I looking at here? Oh, you can go like look at the art. Oh, gotcha. Searching for artwork that points you to other artists. Interesting idea. You could do it with Google too, I think. That's a good point.
You can use Google to search by image, which
Yeah,
will show you things of a similar,
That's kind of a cool.
I guess,
idea.
composition or style.
Oh God, should we do that sometime with my art? Just like Google search.
Sure, why not? I've done it with some of my work because remember when Windows OneDrive ate all of my art because I was foolishly keeping it on my desktop. I started using my the pieces that I had not finished that I was able to pull copies off of the Discord here because I'd posted them, and I was using my drawings to try to image search to pull up my references. It didn't usually work, which is probably a good sign. It means I wasn't copying too bad.
Oh, because you lost your references? I understand. Okay.
Yeah, because I lost my references.
Right, there's Seder Jesus. I think I'm done with Seder Time Jesus. I'm gonna draw something else.
Yeah. But I did find some of the references I was looking for that way.
That's cool.
It was also very interesting to see everything else that came up, though.
Yeah, imposter syndrome is real. It's very much a thing.
Yeah.
I think it's fairly common.
Especially if you're working in a creative field.
Yeah. It still kind of boggles my mind that we have a lot. We have like 1,400 now? No, we have like 14,000 subscribers on YouTube. And it's just like, that is so many people. And I don't feel that competent, you know. So
Yeah.
there was somebody. There's like an old Instagram sound that was, hey, you feel bad because you only have like 50 to 60 subscribers, but if 50 or 60 people walked into your room right now, you'd like lose your shit. And it's like, that's a lot. Yeah, 60 people just showing up to watch you paint. That's a lot of people, let alone several thousands. And it's just like, I don't get it. But very interesting to see a style you choose to draw being examples of stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, I like the yellow stuff you did. Having the background first and then doing the ink on top. I think that was smart.
Yeah. I was a little bit thrown off by the yellow ink that you chose at first. But I agree. I think having the bright color to contrast with the black makes it work better. It feels a lot less muddy than some of your other pieces looked.
I got a gargoyle spore druid. Gargoyle spore druid. And merch. Nope, wrong button. Merge down there. There we go. Okay. Gargoyle Spore Druid, huh? I want to do like really high cheekbone, almost vampire-esque, I think. Very stonework. I think I got this just from the conversation we were having earlier. I'm pretty sure I got some people when I did the gargoyle video that wanted like spicy gargoyle art. That was another one that surprised me, and it's just like, huh, kind of makes sense. People are thirsty for the gargoyle cartoon.
Yeah.
But like,
I think that was a lot of monster fucker awakening moment.
Yeah.
For a lot of people.
Not something I had planned on.
I mean, I get it. It is possible that the only reason I fell into that, or I did not fall into that camp, was because I never liked Riker as a character, and then so hearing his voice.
I didn't realize it was him for a long time. It was way after the fact.
Yeah, and Counselor Troy as Demona.
Oh, really? I didn't know that either.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Who was Riker?
From
David Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos. There we go.
Oh.
The villain. I should say the human villain.
Who's just a dumb millionaire.
He's smarter than any of our dumb millionaires, so.
You know what I mean. Crazy millionaire. He's basically
Yeah.
Goliath's version of Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yes.
Without the whole taking over the world bent.
No, just wants to live forever.
Cough, cough. Jeff Bezos. I think that just happens. Like once you have $1 million, you're like, well, now I have to find immortality.
Yep, because I can't take it with me.
Yeah. What do I do with this? Well, spend it on immortality. Why not?
And
I did just talk about C Lab, so like, that's you know, I'm not immune from the wiles of immortality. Study those sharks. I don't want to age.
I am really glad that a while ago I took the time to figure out how I wanted to draw Grippleys.
1 second. Accidentally opened up Photoshop, so everybody hang tight. The computer might die. Do. What does the Be Right Back page look like? Oh yeah, little Dancy Rugby. That's pretty sweet. My computer is taking a poop. Like, there are too many things running right now for it to try to open up Photoshop. That's the downside to like updating software. It's just like, oh, you know, your computer we used to run perfectly fine with Photoshop. What if we double the resource requirements? It's like, don't do that. No, stop it. Stop doing that. you gonna open? Like, what's going on here? Okay. I guess it's not gonna open. All right, whatever. I think it tried to open and then it crashed. Back to work.
Back to the drawing board.
I wanna say with regards to the imposter syndrome thing,
Mm-hmm.
like not only is it inevitable, but like and everybody faces it, but like it's a really important thing to be kind to yourself and keep perspective on things in order to keep that from ripping your brain apart.
Sure. Kind of going the other way, like when you think you're kind of entitled to more than you really are.
Yeah.
Imposter syndrome keeps you a little bit humble, at least. I think it also kind of gives you the push to always try to improve.
Yes, which is a good thing.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing with perfectionism, right? Like it's not
Yes.
bad to want your stuff to be
As good as it
as
can
good
be.
as it can be, but like
Yeah.
you have to maintain a level of perspective of like what actually is this, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh, I'd like to
or
do
the
commissions,
chat.
but I'm only going to do things that take 4.5 years and cost thousands and thousands of dollars. It's like, no,
Yeah.
you might not get any commissions. You might, but
So for chat, I was telling Rook just before we started stream that I have been struggling this week. I was doing a piece, and I think that it is technically the best thing that I have ever drawn, and it's like it wasn't in the style that I wanted, but like that I was going for. And so there's like that part of my brain that is imposter syndrome has just been brutally tearing me a new asshole for this entire week. And like so this is the warning about like pursuing a specific style. The thing that is in your head is never going to match what you put down on the canvas, and nor should it be. So like the healthy thing to do is to always remind yourself that it is understandable to feel this way. It is good that your brain is working to push you to be the best you can be, and also need to be healthy about this. It's got to get done. It does not have to be perfect. It just has to be good enough to communicate the feeling or whatever else it is you're trying to communicate.
what's the Anton Ego quote from Ratatouille? Do you have any perspective on the menu? No, fresh out. Then you bring the food, and I'll bring the perspective.
Right.
It's good to have outside people look at your stuff. Like I think that's
Yeah.
the biggest thing for all of this is like if you being really hard on yourself is the only critique you ever get, you're always going to feel kind of not worthy. And then the same thing goes for if you only ever get like lots of compliments, you don't feel like you never feel like you can trust people because everybody's just like, it can't be that good. I don't like it. How can it be that good? And then that's kind of where the imposter syndrome starts hitting really hard.
Yeah.
I've been in AAA video games for 10 years, and I still get in my head about things sometimes. Yeah. I mean, like
Yep.
that's the biggest thing is It's just because you have those thoughts and feelings, like, you are still probably doing just fine. Like, it's good to talk it out. Imposter syndrome sucks, but it happens. Not uncommon.
So yeah, if you are going for a style, be kind to yourself. If you are working on something, and especially if you are like just learning art or just stepping back into art, be kind. Because you know, it's a skill that takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. And most of the people who pursue it are never really happy with anything they produce.
Yeah. I feel like a gargoyle spore druid would be covered in lichen, just like moss.
Oh, absolutely. That's brilliant. I love that.
Moss and goo.
Pigeon crab.
You just pigeon crab. Radagast was stinky.
You have bird poop.
For all the good and bad that Peter Jackson, I think that's right,
Yeah.
did for the Hobbit movies, the Dukeldor fight with Sauron and Galadriel, I really dig it. I dig them just like superheroes showing up and being like, "Ha ha, we're here to kick some ass," and it's like, "Oh hell yeah." You done fucked up, Necromancer.
Everyone with his elven lightsaber, basically.
Mm-hmm. I'm really excited for the new shows. I want more Lord of the Rings content in my life.
Feels incredibly dangerous and stupid. Don't do it, people.
What?
I just saw this guy put a large 15-inch like circular saw blade on his push mower.
Okay.
Like, maybe don't do that, idiots.
I know 2 people that are missing fingers from lawnmowers. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, yeah.
From normal ass lawnmowers.
Lawnmowers. Don't disrespect the lawnmowers. That's all I'm saying. Most people don't realize this, but lawnmower blades aren't that sharp. Like they're sharpened, but they're just they're really just big bars, big metal bars. Spin real fast.
They move fast enough. They don't actually have to be sharp.
The cutting edge on a lawnmower is this much of it. It's just a little tiny tip that goes real fast.
Yeah, and they're like scissors, right? So they're not like sharpened like a knife.
Yeah.
Which is what, 230-degree bevels, or like a chisel, which is I think one.
It's just going real fast.
30-degree bevel.
Yep.
They're usually like a 60-degree bevel.
Just gotta whack it real fast. think I'm done with this guy.
They rely on a shear force, not a cutting force.
I have a cousin with a
Not
club
a
foot because of a
slicing
mowing lawn in sandals. Ooh. No fun. No fun. I rolled a natural 20. I overrolled. Try again. Ten. Big burly bison barbarian brawler boy returning to alliteration. I challenge. I don't think you've ever stopped doing alliteration. I know exactly whose this is. I also think I drew this last week. I will have to check. But we will go for it. I got some bison jerky this morning.
Ooh.
Because I was at the store and I was like, you know what? I want to eat something weird. It was alright. Bison jerky's pretty good. They put cranberries in it, and I don't know why they did that. It made me a little upset.
For that pemmican flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, are they trying to mimic pemmican?
Probably. I might need a bison picture. Hold on a second. The beef. Bison are great. You buffalo. If anybody wants to give me $1 billion so I can start a buffalo farm, I will also do that. Those are my options. Those are my options that I'll do. It will upend my life and become a buffalo farmer or operate a sea lab. Now taking bids.
You hated the ocean.
I do hate the ocean. That's why I want to learn more about it.
Conquer your fears, learn more about it.
Yeah, like I'm not scared of the ocean per se. I'm scared I'm scared of existing when Godzilla walks out of the ocean. That's what I'm scared of. Every time I'm like flying over the ocean, it's like anytime, any point in time, Godzilla could just be like, "Fuck you!" It's like, damn it, like that's what I'm scared of.
So scared of impossible things coming out of the ocean.
It's just like when I was little, the thing I was scared the most of was Yellowstone blowing up. Just like impending apocalypse, right? So what did I do? I grew up and now I can see Mount Rainier every fucking day. It's just like me and you, one day, mountain, one of us is going to die, and we'll see how that goes.
I blame things like National Geographic and the History Channel for making up like very like scary like kind of possible scenarios where what if Yellowstone National Park exploded because it is a super volcano? And just like
I guess I'll die. I guess I'll die.
We would die.
It's the same thing with like like, oh, if all the ice caps melted instantaneously, it's like, yeah, that'd be real bad.
Water world.
Yeah. 5 feet of elevation shift would put all of this underwater. It's like, yeah, well, Florida would be gone, but yeah, whatever.
As well as parts of like the southern U.S. other than Florida.
Louisiana would be toast.
Yeah.
But Louisiana is set to be toast soon anyway.
We would lose a lot of coastline, but most coastline is like it would suck, but it wouldn't be Waterworld. That's really what I'm getting at.
We would lose DC.
Would we?
Because, yeah.
Is
DC
it
is not
below
technically
water
on a...
level?
It's on a river, close to the ocean.
Okay. Well, so like, the sound, right, is technically the ocean, right? Like, so it's it's at water level, but like the difference between where the sound is, raising up 5 feet is sucky because it would lose a lot of that coastline would expand, but it wouldn't really affect. It would affect Seattle, but not like cover it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, it wouldn't sink the entire city.
correct. But it would sink 1 or 2 bridges they're dumbly built on level, on grade.
Yeah, like... Because, like, DC is...
I didn't think it was actually at water level. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's on the Potomac River. I don't think it's fully estuary, but, like, it's, like... I don't know, 40 minutes away from the, like, coast of the Atlantic Ocean. If that.
That was always the nice thing about living in Idaho. Like, there's a pretty big base there, like an army base. But besides that, like, there's no targets. Like, if Russia decided to blow everything up, then it was like, what are you gonna do? Just hurt the cows? Why would you do that? Get out of here. It's safe. It was safe and it felt good. And so all I had to worry about was Yellowstone blowing up. And now I live by a volcano. I was like, shit, what am I doing with my life? Impending doom.
It probably would also mean Great Lakes would rise, thus Mississippi and the Missouri and Ohio would rise, so I probably would be affected a little bit by it.
Yeah, I think everybody would be affected by it for sure.
Yeah.
But
at least in terms of like rising water levels.
Yeah. But I don't think it would be Waterworld.
Now, if ice everywhere just melted all at once, then maybe.
Even then, I don't think so.
Because I think in Waterworld, like the island they found at the end was like the tip of Mount Everest or something.
Yep.
Yeah. It's like that would never happen. So much water.
That's not possible unless we get a very sudden massive influx of water from space debris.
Or the tectonic plates would just have to like drop. It is weird, like when we think about it though, like Neil deGrasse Tyson has talked about. We're getting existential. I don't know if we should do this. What time is it?
Is this existential? I just thought this was science talk.
No, this is science talk. But if like the things I'm about to touch on can fundamentally break people.
Let's be honest. Every time science comes out of Rook's mouth, he eventually gets existential.
This is true.
I mean, my greatest fear is Godzilla. So yes, like, you guys know this now. No, like
Godzilla could happen.
The highest peak of Mount Everest and the lowest peak in the ocean is still like non doesn't matter.
You could you could turn Everest upside down and it would not reach the lowest point of the ocean.
Yeah. The amount of water that is on the Earth is like water on a golf ball in perspective. So it's better to die in a blast fall at a regular winter. That's a good question. That's a good question.
So we don't need to worry about
nuclear fallout anymore.
No. I don't know about that.
I'm going to address
one of your fears. You said a tectonic plate would have to drop, basically, in order for us to get Waterworld. That can't happen.
I mean, it doing that would be way more destructive than the water. Like, that's the biggest thing. That would be like the planet basically fractures. And then, that wouldn't matter. I think I'd go nuclear winter, but yeah, we don't really have to worry about nuclear winters anymore unless one of the newer countries buys a bunch of old bombs.
Yeah.
Because we've made nuclear bombs so efficient that there's not much of a nuclear fallout. It's all burnt.
That I did not know.
Yeah. Russia might still have shitty nukes. I don't know.
Oh,
Probably.
I know. We definitely do. It's just they're in places like Kentucky.
Well, we've decommissioned a lot of them.
Yeah,
and
they
replaced them.
they get sent to my neck of the woods to get burned.
Alexander, welcome in. So yeah, so like
Deep
that's the thing.
underground.
Like, it depends. But,
Yeah.
but I'd go for that. I'd go for nuclear winter. I think I could cope with that. It would suck. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not so an old prepper that I like have a nuclear bunker or anything. But I'll always take living a little bit longer in a shitty post-apocalyptic zombie hellscape than insta dying. Like, insta dying just doesn't seem fun.
Like places like Idaho and Alaska would survive very well during those scenarios.
Yeah, probably.
We were talking about. I remember when.
In Canada, of course.
Man, when was it? We've had a lot of in the last 20 years, 25 years. We've had a lot of like post-apocalyptic garbage, like Y2K, 2012. I think it was 2012. We had a bunch of friends talking about weird shit happening and like thinking we were going to be at war and all this other stuff, and we were like, we live in bum hump Idaho. Like, if nuclear war happened and like the entire east and west coast were destroyed, we wouldn't notice for a week. Like, we just wouldn't notice. The first thing that would happen is like gas stations would run out of gas, and then the food stores would run out of food, and then everyone would still probably be fine for 2 or 3 weeks. Here in Seattle, like, it's going to be like 2 hours. 2 hours, everything just shuts down. Like, nothing would happen. It would be awful. So, but yeah, I had a whole bunch of friends that are just like, we're fucking doomed. And I'm like, not really. Like, yeah, worst case scenario, we have to start walking places for a little bit. Or you have to go bargain with the farmers to actually get the food straight from them instead of the co-op, which is where they give all their food anyways. So next year would suck if there was no gas. I miss the co-op.
But you went to a co-op, or did it close down?
Here? No. Co-ops around here are scams.
Trader Joe's.
I mean, Trader Joe's is not a co-op. But yes, there's a lot of Trader
treat
Joe's.
it like a co-op.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, that's why I'm saying I guess I should say sham, not a scam. But like the co-op I went to in Moscow, Idaho, you had to sign up and like volunteer if you wanted to order stuff from them. And I was just like, nah, I'm good. Because you could go there and you could be like, I want to buy X amount of pallets or whatever, and then they would find farmers and order it for you. And you could basically source your own groceries through the co-op. But they're like, if you do that, we want you to come here and like volunteer here and help keep the co-op running, and then you get basically 100% you're part of the company at that point. And I was like, can I just buy groceries that are here? And they're like, yeah, that's fine. And I was like, I'm just gonna do that. So yeah, it was really cool. And they did a thing with basically you spent like $20, and once a month you could go and just pick up like a huge box of produce that they would curate from the local farmers. That was really cool. I got a lot of really cool vegetables that I just never had cooked before up to that point. And somebody in the area had a bunch of Asian pears, and so every couple of, like once a year, you would get like a couple of Asian pears in there, and they were just like, oh, I love Asian pears. And here they're like $4 a piece. So good.
I probably still pay that. Not gonna lie.
They're good.
For a good Asian pair.
I think
The only
mostly,
pair I like.
I think they're mostly trying to say Earth would be very smooth if scaled to that size. That is what I'm saying. Yeah. I live in Maine, up in the mountains. I will be okay if stuff hits the fan. Yeah, exactly. It's just like there's some places where it's just like, why? Like, you're not going to notice. A DD level devil would pretend to control the domains of civilizations, but actually controls corruption. That could be funny. Oh, that's a character request. Okay, I thought you were talking about like what we were talking about. It is all on the list. Yeah, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson has said a few times that, like, if you scale the planet up to the size of a cue ball, you wouldn't be able to tell. Like, that's what it would feel like. It would be smoother than a pool ball. Because even Everest, being its highest point, is still like 1/86,000th of its size. It's like, yeah, you wouldn't even notice. So there's really only enough water to barely cover the surfaces that we see. But in comparison, it's a ton of water to us. Versus a planet that is made out of water, which is bonkers. Existential.
Yes.
Breaks people's brains a little bit.
Well, I should also say, like, the thing that I was getting at is that the reason we have plate tectonics is because rock is, or at least all of the rock on our planet is less dense than lava, so it floats on the mantle. That's the reason why we have continents in the first place. But it literally cannot just sink.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. now.
So yeah, there is definitely a lot of Corvus is 100% right. There's a lot of bullshit that the History Channel made up to sell, to get people to watch their stupid shows. That really just freaked out a lot of people.
I also like those kind of thought processes, like, what would happen if the Earth just stopped spinning? And it's like, well, the first answer is instant death to everything. Like,
yeah.
Just everything on the planet becomes mist. But like, there's no way for that to happen. That's not a possible thing to happen.
I also really enjoy those things. My my brother, when he was his basically graduation project for his bachelor's in science degree was to do a physics presentation with a group, and they did it in the college's planetarium.
Oh, cool.
So they basically had to build a presentation for the inside of the planetarium.
That's what I did too.
And
That's
the
weird.
thing that they did was basically it was a comedy sort of thing about what happens if the sun suddenly wasn't there anymore. And they slowly walked through all of the steps of what would happen, starting with, first of all, we wouldn't know about it.
Yeah.
Because light
Nothing.
and gravity both move at the speed of light, and we're about we're a couple of hours, I guess, away from the sun.
7
I
minutes.
forget. 7 minutes, okay.
7
We
light
wouldn't know
seconds.
anything for 7
7
minutes.
light minutes.
And then it would just be dark, and planet would go off in another direction.
If he just suddenly removed the sun.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
It's hurtling into Jupiter.
Isn't that the premise of this is a movie out there, like Rogue Planet or something? No. Sorry, the sun was dying, so they built giant rockets on the Earth and like sent the Earth off on its own journey. I can't kid you not. This is a real movie / book.
The
It's like the something planet, the traveling planet. I don't remember.
Fresh Hell?
But yeah, pretty funny. I realized I originally accidentally left this request on a community post, not asking for the request. Oh, that's right. I read that and I was like, I think I read that, but it wasn't on the list. I do remember seeing you post that. I forgot to tell you. So thank you for coming to the stream and checking that out. Size and scope is one of those existential dread things that can really destroy people's brains.
Or start religions.
Or start religions, yeah. Nothing is real, or what is it? Life is a simulation, nothing is real, by Gold. Bye. Thinking of Bill Cipher. Yeah. I just can't think of the actual quote.
Pyramid Head from Gravity Falls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a little top hat.
Such a good villain.
What's he actually
Existential,
villain? I never watched the show,
100%.
so I don't
Yes.
know.
100%
Don't know
yes.
anything about it.
Reality is a lie. Life is a simulation. By Gold. And then he just disappears.
Is that where you get that from?
It is. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Because I can and never will buy Life is a Simulation.
Oh man, I could wrap your brain around it, but yeah, it's one of those poisoned thoughts that, like, if you tell people it exists, you can't make them unknown knowledge. Reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram by Gold. That's what it is.
I'm surprised those boomer gold buying commercials don't use that.
Well, if life's a simulation, I mean, like, what's the point of buying gold? I say, as Blizzard makes all of its money from selling people fake gold.
Not even just fake gold, digital fake gold.
Digital fake gold, yeah.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Thank you for the howdy howdy. What's the other thing? Yeah. Does a light bulb in a video game use electricity? Posture check, thank you.
How deep are we allowed to go on that?
I don't think it's particularly deep because
I guess
the video game requires electricity to run.
Yeah, that shouldn't have been a question. That is a statement. That's one of the existential thought processes, is that light bulbs in video games use electricity to run. So how is that different than a real light bulb? It's like, my brain. I hate it. All right, I'm done with this beefy boy. Because here's the real thing. If life is a simulation, then it doesn't fucking matter.
Nihilism.
Sorry, life matters, but the fact that it is, if a simulation is indistinguishable from real life, then it is real life. It is like, it doesn't matter if you're in a simulation at that point. If I die and become, some teenage alien that's like, oh man, Roy style from Rick and Morty, great. Why change it? Who cares? Nihilism. Maybe nihilism is the right way to go. 6. A kobold rogue who wears sunglasses and uses bombs and exploding daggers. Exploding daggers?
I think that's a thing.
I've made a couple of those, like a dagger of fireball. That's pretty great. I think fire bursting is one of the enchantments that when you crit, it does AoE damage. That always seems like a really cool thing for throwing daggers. Daniel, request. What is Comcast?
A scam.
Yep, it's a scam.
Charlatans. American
a mafia-esque crime organization. It's a monopoly of internet provider, internet cable and phone service provider, right?
Also, the nihilism comment. That's like real nihilism. Basically, it's like if life doesn't matter, don't take it too seriously and just kind of live your own life. That's what real nihilism is. Fake nihilism is life doesn't matter. So edgy. College student nihilism. Slash senior high school student who looked up philosophy one day.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It's philosophy. First week of philosophy 101 nihilism.
From like a Christian university.
Live a life that would be an enjoyable game. Yeah. What is the class I took? I took Monsters We Make. That was a pretty good one. They talked a lot about. It was a philosophy class. Philosophy class talking about othering and things. That and like I had another philosophy class that's basically all we talked about. It's like nihilism as a. It's just philosophy in general, I guess. It's just a philosophy class. I took a philosophy class. That was that whole story.
I was like, "Where are you going, Rick? Where are you going?"
Sorry, I was reading an email and I was trying to kind of put together what you guys were talking about into some experience, and I don't have anything to add. I have nothing to add. Request drawing a Comcast logo. Unfortunately, that breaks the rules of the draw. So, yeah, they're in the Discords. No fan art. No Comcast fan art.
I was gonna say, do they even have a logo?
Yeah.
If they do, I don't care because I don't like them, so I'm not going to put it in my brain. What was I drawing? What was I drawing? Oh, what was I drawing? A kobold. Exploding daggers kobold.
Yes.
Am I a wet blanket for not wanting to draw a Comcast logo?
No.
Should I just embrace the jank and start taking all requests?
No, please don't.
I watch some of these other YouTubers that just like let their chat basically just like berate them, and it's kind of funny to watch, but it's like
Yeah, to watch, not be part of.
Just watching them all slowly die inside. Die inside for money.
Like, I may not be doing the drawing, but I'm here in the chat, and I'm just like, I don't want to be part of this bullying.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Daniel, I really don't get what you're trying to do. I feel like it's trying to get a rise out of me, and I just don't get it. I don't get the joke. So
this is kind of too chill a stream to get a rise out of somebody.
yeah,
You're way more likely to get an hour-long lecture about nothing.
Let's talk about more existential bullshit.
Yeah. You want instructions on drawing? I'll give you instructions on drawing.
I just made this kobold way too beefy. This is like Dwayne the Rock kobold.
It's a holdover from the Minotaur you just did.
Yep. Why is he so beefy? Why is he naked? These are the questions. These are the questions.
Some would argue all kobolds should be naked.
I agree. If you're a lizard that lives in a hole in the ground, why do you need clothes? Where do you get clothes?
Yeah.
Is it made out of mushrooms? Like what's
How
going
do
on?
you weave fabric out of mushrooms? And why haven't you monetized this technology to become extremely wealthy?
As we all know,
I need healing.
kobolds are communists. They share the means of production with their family and friends.
So, they can be wealthy communists.
Can we talk about communism for a minute? Communism. Communism in general.
I blame this conversation on whoever requested Comcast.
That's fine.
Go
so
on.
here's my question: If the definition people use all the time is communism is the shoot, I lost it. You just said
Seizing
it.
the means of production.
Yeah, seizing the means of production. Like, what does that mean on a grander scale? Because like at a base level, that's just agricultural farming. Like,
Yeah,
isn't it?
so
Yeah.
basically, way you described a co-op is a communist like system
Right.
earlier.
Yeah.
That is so like while you may not be the farmer, you are basically buying into the system where you are like assisting both the farmers and the workers at the store. That's kind of how I'm like seeing it. So like you may not be a farmer, but you are basically kind of joining with the farmers to help them sell their product. And in doing so, you are like you kind of collectively own the co-op with the farmers. And the thing is, it doesn't work on a massive scale. It very much has to be on a small scale for it to like work well.
So my argument is, maybe not my argument is, but like my question is, what is that different from anything else? Let me rephrase that. Because I understand the like a multi-international corporation, right? They have the power. They're controlling of the production of everything. But like the question is,
how's that different from millionaires owning stock in a bunch of different corporations?
Kind of like what's the downside that people don't want from that besides, sticking it to the Reds, right? Like what is the actual ramifications that people are avoiding that is not just corruption, because we have corruption either way. So like that's really my question.
I would argue there's none.
Okay.
It is one of the critiques of communism was that some people kind of argued it was a weird way of going back to feudalism, but
Ooh,
it's
interesting.
not.
I can kind of see that argument, but yeah, it's not really.
Yeah.
So like
And,
looking,
like-
when you say that, the thing that comes to my mind is Papers, Please, right? Like which is I get a kind of a satirical authoritarian communist country.
Yeah.
But like you get a job, that job dictates where you live, and then like and how much you get paid. And that's kind of the same way our system works, but you have more choice in it, like, which is great. Like you can choose where to live based on how much money you make instead of it being like all attached. And so like I think that's more authoritarianism than communism, but I still don't understand the collective distaste that people are pushing. Does that make sense?
Well, it's just because I don't fully understand why it happened myself, because it's like we had and still have communist parties of America, even during the whole Red Scare. there were still communist and socialist parties of America.
Right. Maybe that's a better way to ask my question. Is like,
and I don't know why. And I think it's just because Protestantism. I don't know, because it's this weird like, oh, I've worked my hind end off. Why do I need to share my benefits with other people?
yeah, that is something that's very prevalent today, right? Like that's kind of I think the end.
Like Western individualism.
Yeah, the
very
end
much
product.
kind of clashes with classical like communism.
I'm going to try to keep this not political, but
Good luck.
yeah, good luck, right? But that is something that I keep seeing people talking about with kind of like, especially like pay gaps and what was the other part of it? I feel like affirmative action, like people that are championing against it, is they're basically saying they're like, hey, we don't need this at all, because everything should just be based around like I'm getting off track. They're basically saying, my brain is all over the place today, I'm so sorry. The thing that I've seen people say about this is that people are not worried that, hey, we want everyone to be doing the best that they can be. They want to make sure that they're getting what they deserve or think they deserve at the like, and they only care about their own part of it, right?
Yeah.
So like they don't care that people are maybe not getting enough, and that there's so much so that they're willing to squash other people's. Man, my brain is just not working.
I think it also no, I get what you're saying. I don't know if other people do, but basically it's like a dog. It's basically like a dog eat dog world. It's like it's kind of like just setting up the system where like you have to take care of yourself and only yourself. Screw the rest of the people.
Yeah, talking about mediocrity. Maybe people want their things, I guess, that they see as communism as a threat to their things as profits. Yeah, like and maybe this is kind of where my head is going at it. Like the thing with communism, can you have a socialist, or not a socialist, capitalistic communist society? Like, why those two things I think are diametrically opposed. Person with the capital gains or the community gains. But like, for me, it makes sense that everything we do should keep in mind everybody, right? Which pushes me towards that communist idealism of what we do as a society. Same thing with socialism, like socialist structure for like Medicare and Medicaid. Like, those are great. Those have helped tons of people. So like, hey, that's awesome. Now we should find a way to do that responsibly with the money we have from taxes, right? That's the part that people just like, no, we just shouldn't do it. It's like, or we could do it and try to do it smartly.
Yeah.
And that's where corruption comes in. So that's fine. I see how that falls apart. But the thing with everything else is just people seeing somebody get something, and they're like, why not me? That's not fair. And it's like, you are not that person. Like, you can't compare yourself that way. And so they would rather nobody have anything instead of somebody get elevated. And that's weird to me. But I think the way I was trying to get to it was, we still have tons of communist and socialist things in the United States. We just do. And there are so many people that just use it as a buzzword for bad that it's just like, I don't get where that came from besides just American propaganda against the Russians.
I think that's all it is. I think that's just where it came from.
That seems silly to me.
Just propaganda.
I don't know how we got from nihilism to here, but here we are.
I don't know either. You brought us here.
I did. It was something about kobolds, but I went off the rails.
Kobolds are communists. Corvus confirmed it. Corvus's fault. It's all, yeah. It's just Corvus. How could you put us in this position? Uh-oh.
Whatever.
I'm not hearing Corvus.
The FBI agents got to him. said he was a communist. Get him. Or one of his neighbors heard him like talking through a window.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And they turned him into the
Yep.
what was it called? Like the Freedom Police or something.
I don't remember. God, I hate Cold War era everything.
It's super weird. It's super weird. He was talking about explosive daggers and something called a kobold factory. They're making kobold bombs. That would actually be really bad, I think. What would an exploding dagger look like? Would it just be like a magical rune? I guess you could put an explosive rune on it.
I guess so. Or the pommel is maybe a bomb.
It just has a bomb, like you screw a grenade onto the end of it. Ooh, that's dangerous. Erase that from the internet.
Nope. Nobody try that IRL. That's very stupid.
Grenades are not playthings. Oh, we lost Corvus.
We did lose Corvus. I assume his laptop had a conniption.
I hope so, because otherwise I'm going to worry about me saying something stupid the whole day. I hope I didn't.
I don't think you did.
I'm trying to remember the thing I was trying to say. Thought police? No, not the thought police. No, there was during the Cold War. There was do you think your neighbors are communist? Call these people and we'll come arrest them. It's just like, that seems super weird.
Oh, you mean the thing that also happened post 9/11
Yeah.
for reporting people of Arab descent
Yeah.
in your neighborhood? Yeah. Guess what? America is not actually better than we were in the Cold War.
Nope. It's been a lot of the same. A lot of the same. Only now with more furries.
Yeah. Hey, Corvus. You back?
There used to be a whole bunch of memes about like pictures of your grandfather in the military, and it shows like a bunch of people from like World War II and just like black and white photos and stuff, and it says like the new military, and it's a bunch of people with like it's a picture of a guy with cat ears on, and he's got one of like the anime pillows.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, like, the few people I know that own that stuff were all in the military. So I think there's a new counterculture of like anime boys in the military, and I thought that was super funny. I definitely have known people in the military that are not like that, but it's great.
I unfortunately still can't hear you, Corvus, if you're saying anything.
Same.
How about now?
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
We thought the Freedom Police got you.
I mean, maybe one day. But yeah, while I was fiddling with my charger to actually work and charge up my headset, thought came in my process. I think some of it also has to do with like the perception of two things. One, there's not enough stuff to go around, which
Sure.
is factually
Scary.
false.
Yeah.
There's plenty of stuff to go around.
Ooh. Yeah, I got a weird note for that.
And I think there's this weird and very much kind of stems weirdly enough from like Puritanism, where like America has this culture of Puritanism, where having a good, strong work ethic means you're a morally upright character, and kind of communism, at least how it's perceived by people who are against it, is basically enabling laziness.
Yeah, that was Reagan's big thing.
And that's just not true. That's not what it's trying to do.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Definitely interesting. Sorry about the weird shift in tone, everybody, but we talk about what we talk about, right? This is a podcast about nothing. Vertex Artist, thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you later.
I didn't bring up the politics this time. What?
Yeah. I think we talked about political systems instead of actual politics, which is, I think, good.
Yeah, which is infinitely better.
Yeah.
But also something I haven't studied.
Right. That's kind of my problem too. Is like I'm not big into actual politics. I only know enough like geopolitics from playing too many Civ games.
Yeah.
I will say my initial introduction to Marx is his theory of rebellion, basically.
Gotcha.
Where like in a pyramid structured system where power all sits at the top, that power pushes pressure down on the lower rungs, levels of the pyramid, and at the bottom receives the most amount of pressure, and thus eventually that pressure will give way, and thus you have a collapse of the system.
Eat the rich. Cough, cough, cough. Eat the rich.
I mean, I don't know if he ever said that, but
what did we start with today? We started with like, don't make fun of furries, and then we went into acts of like YouTubers calling for violence, and now it's eat the rich. Everybody don your masks of your chosen animals and consume. So far off the rails today.
it's only a Wednesday.
Yeah.
I feel like by Fridays we're like too tired to like do this.
This started with like, why not defeat the trolls, and somehow got on communism, and I don't remember why.
Yeah, you brought it, like, I brought up communism with kobolds, because I think kobold communists are just hilarious.
Someone said seize the means of production, and I wanted clarification on that. That's why that was.
Yeah. Also, that's just like the first like true step of it. Is just like seize, because like
that
the thing you gotta think of. It started like during like the heyday of the Industrial Revolution, where it's just not heyday, but like the apex of it, of like the 1800s, where it's just like you basically worked like almost 18 hours a day in a shoveling coal into a furnace, or sitting at a sewing machine just sewing.
And see, that makes a lot more sense. I think maybe it's because we're getting back to that kind of mentality now, of just like everything went from 40-hour work weeks to hustle culture to now, why not hustle culture during the work week? And it's like, this is too much. This is killing people. And it very much is that makes a lot more sense for saying, seize the means of production. It's actually like, hey, these people are taking advantage of somebody. Got to take that back. And so like, but because I feel like
seize your work life.
Yeah, I feel like that mentality is indicative of the United States, of just like everyone should be in charge of their own everything. Like that's the mentality that a lot of, that's where I was saying this. We don't want to get this political, because I was going to say like that's kind of the Republican thing, is just like the government shouldn't have any say on what I do. Very small government. Let me be in charge of me, and me take care of myself. But the problem is, then they champion like big billionaires to like facilitate that. And it feels backwards to me. It feels very backwards to me.
Which it pretty much is.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then it's 3:00. Drew, do you want to keep going, or you want to call it?
love
I
your
need... Thanks. I need to color 2 more things, and I need a highlight layer.
Okay. I don't know if I have any more in me.
Okay. Well, we can end, and I'll just keep puttering away at this until it's done.
I think what we'll do is I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick and get more water,
Okay.
and then I'll come back and I'm gonna do some goofy ones, and then we'll call it a day. How's that sound?
That sounds good to me.
All right, be right back. 1 second.
Those goofy goobers.
I sure hope this is vibrant enough for a poison dart frog. Do you think this gets the point across, Corvus?
I think it is. It also kind of way like the background is darker. It like a dark brown, not dark brown, but like a brown.
Yeah,
It feels like the light blue is like bioluminescence.
it does.
And I
Yeah,
dig
it
it.
very much does. If I had time, I'd go back and wash that out a little bit, but
I think you should keep it. I like the idea of a bioluminescent Gripply.
poison dart frog. I mean, look, it's honestly, it's like it's the next step for them, right?
Oh yeah. Any new Pathfinder news I have? No.
I still find it funny that you don't enjoy playing Pathfinder, but you're the person that gives me basically all of the news of what's happening at Paizo.
I like to know what's going on, and I like the art. I just don't like the system.
Yeah.
I love the lore, love all the art, characters. Like the ideas of the different classes, it's just not how it's implemented.
I mean, totally fair.
I'm just picky. I'm not even sure what I would like from a system.
Well, I mean, I think you've said it right. Like we've had conversations, and you prefer a system where the class actually means something, right?
Yeah.
And while Second Edition Pathfinder isn't completely a classless system, it's one step away from that.
Oh yeah.
So
I think Rook even said like if and when a Pathfinder 3rd edition comes out, it probably will be a completely classless system.
it certainly looks like that's the way to go. And that might be a step too far for me.
Got skip cat some tuna fish. Mariocrity.
I don't know what it is, but like every so often, Rook, you'll move something or set something down, and it's just like super loud right in my ear. Like
That's where I was muted. Was I not muted?
Nope.
No.
Did you guys hear me singing at Skip Cat?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we heard you like walk into the door, like into the room, thump thump, sit down, move something in front of or near the mic, and it's just like really loud.
It was very funny, actually. I very much enjoyed it.
Yes.
Okay. Noted. Is this picking up the microphone? I don't think there's... Hold on a second. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. There's a rogue microphone plugged in somewhere. I have no idea.
I will say...
Does it sound good?
It's
Sounds
fine.
fine.
You sound normal.
Hmm.
It honestly sounds exactly like your other microphone.
Yeah. There's like no echo or anything
Test,
like
test.
that. It's just...
I think
God,
this...
Brooke, have you been using the wrong microphone this entire stream?
Yeah. Apparently. I think this is the microphone on my tablet.
Oh.
Which would explain why it was so loud, because it's... I put my drink down right behind
Yeah.
the thing. Okay.
Because it's just like...
So
Because
apparently
some
I don't
days I
need
can
that.
hear you open your drink.
How about
It's just
over here? Am I really quiet
Really?
from over here?
Yeah, you're very quiet from over there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like
All right.
muffled.
Well, good to know. So I don't actually need this microphone in my face, which is amazing. I'll just put that away, and now my life is better. My life is
Yeah,
better.
just don't put your drink next to the mic.
Noted.
That's all I can say.
Well, unless that's not...
The
no,
more
it's
you
still
learn.
Yeah. I
Today I learned.
gotta scrub my whole computer. Just get things going. All right. This, do that. All right, we're gonna roll a goofy one. Here we go. Nat 20. Dang it. Well, puppeteer, if you're still here. A deity level D devil. There we go. A diavel. Who pretends to control the domain of civilizations, but actually controls corruption. So, like a greed-based devil. Who I said was going to be... Yeah.
Asmodan.
Asmodan.
I think that's like what they refer to Asmodeus in Diablo.
Asmodan is giant, vagina-faced demon. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up.
I don't. Now that feels like a Final Fantasy character.
Yeah, I can see
Or
that.
or a
Or a Bloodborne boss.
yeah, or
the Grand
Bloodborne.
Vagina.
I was trying to think Persona.
Oh, Persona.
Yeah.
I can see that too.
Oh, Persona. I've heard Fursona. I was like, wait, is that a game? Did they
God.
make a game called Fursona?
It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me.
Not to bring it back to the furry conversation, but
Most of our conversations are furry conversations, so it's fine.
yeah.
I was gonna say like any fantasy game that lets you play as a anthro character is automatically a furry game.
Yeah.
Vera.
I was thinking of the
just-
Hrothgar, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Chat, you guys are gonna know better than me. Is this Gripply character? Is this a furry or a scaly?
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
Or is it a slimy?
Is that a different thing?
I don't know.
I don't-
I pulled it out of my ass.
As someone
Don't
who's
think it's an
friends with
official thing.
quite a few furries, knows a little bit about the sculpture, I think technically it would probably be more in terms of the category of scaly, even though they're not scaled.
Okay.
Like scalies kind of encompass both lizards, snakes, and amphibians.
Okay.
Okay.
Depends on how wet they get.
What?
Nothing.
Good joke. Good joke. Good joke.
Did you not hear it or not understand it?
I didn't really understand what you. I didn't understand the words you were saying. That was the issue. I was
said
like,
it
what?
really- it depends on how wet
how
they get.
wet you get.
Oh.
And now that everybody has left the chat,
It's fine. Their loss was clever and juvenile.
And also somehow a dad joke at the same time?
Yep.
I wonder if. Sorry, thinking about the microphone thing now. I'm kind of wondering if that's why there's such a discrepancy in volume sometime, because this microphone should be disabled and it's not, and I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I was gonna say that may have been why we've been having such issues with your.
Yeah, because
Volume suddenly exploding.
yeah, if it just
Yeah.
switches to a different
Yeah.
microphone. Which I guess would make sense if if my Yeti like gets unplugged, then it just goes to the default, and the default is this one. So I'll have to look that up.
And I am always blown away by the difference a highlight layer makes.
I think our communism talk did scare everybody away.
I mean, I would not be surprised. Please come back. I'm really proud of this frog.
But communism. I have some thoughts about politics lately, and I don't like that I have thoughts about it.
I'm kind of right there with you on that.
I need healing.
I liked being in college and not giving a shit about politics.
Same.
But also the world didn't feel like it was on fire. So it's like, oh.
Lucky you.
Yeah. Yeah, look at me. This guy did not get funny. Tomic, thank you for drinking your water. I will do that. My internet is crapping out, so maybe that's why people left. I don't know. What the hell? Oh, that's what's going on. Okay.
Is it?
The stream itself, Aggie like died on the stream for a second. So it probably is my internet.
Where's you?
Get your shit together, Comcast. Maybe that's what Daniel was trying to do. He was doing like a loyalty test for my Comcast. He works for Comcast.
And we failed.
Yeah. Turn off their internet.
Well, I don't have Comcast, so.
Yeah, me neither. I've got Google Fiber.
If I had any other option, I would do that. You hear that, Comcast? You've already lost. You're hanging on because of necessity right now.
The moment you have any competitor, because of the way you've treated people, the moment you have any competitor, you're screwed.
Not even people. Just me. Just the way you've treated me. I'm out. I'm out and I'm done.
He's out.
Highlight this knee and I think I'm done.
Nothing says corporate corruption like a big old beard.
What?
I don't know. I've kind of lost the plot for this character. I was gonna draw a really goofy demon, but then I just started drawing a real demon, and now he's got like a giant cape and a collar, and I don't know what. I've lost it. I've completely lost my mind. Did I delete that one already? Maybe I'll put that back on the list, and we'll just draw a really derpy demon.
Yes. Sounds good.
Just Monopoly Man, but as a demon.
That's pretty funny, actually. I like that.
That is very funny, actually.
Penny bags.
Also, I had to pivot really hard
Okay.
to Bleach in the current, or just ended season.
Mm-hmm.
That
So
is
you-
quite the pivot.
Oh yeah. So, I don't know if you remember, but the crazy kind of clown-looking captain.
Yeah.
So, he has a new outfit, which he's the manga writer's like favorite character to like come up with designs for it. In fact, it's probably his top fave character to write about. And this is his outfit in this like most recent arc.
You guys hear the skip cat?
No.
Nope, no skippies. Is he just yowling?
Yeah.
Or is he snoring?
No. He'll do this. He's got a little tiny like hand brush that he'll put in his mouth, and he'll just walk around the house going meow, meow.
Oh, baby.
Every time I try to take a picture of him, he just drops it and walks away.
Hmm.
Little skip cat. Thank you. Thank you for the brush. Oh. Such a good skip cat. Okay. Oh yeah, that guy. I hate that guy. Why is he glowing?
So the people they were fighting this season, the Quincy's.
They're fighting the Quincy's again? Oh no.
Yeah.
It gets
and
real
basically-
complicated. I'll tell you later.
Yeah. And so they were using like shadows to like hide in. At least some of them were, like kind of spy on the Soul Society. And so he basically tricked out his entire lab to be flooded with light, and
No
his whole
shadows?
outfit. Yeah, so there's just no shadows. And so he has like this massive glowing suit.
There's a shoot, what is it? Twilight Zone episode about that.
No shadows.
This guy buys a house, and the guy's like, don't be in the shadows, and he's like, that okay, whatever. And then he starts finding like light bulbs and shit, like mass stockpiled all over the house, and like there's lights inside of the drawers and stuff. And then he discovers that once he starts turning the lights off, like shadow people start showing up. And so he goes through the house and like tries to keep all the lights on, and they're constantly like breaking the lights and stuff. And so he sets up this giant light cannon and blinds himself. Like that's the whole shebang. But like, yeah, I don't know if that's the way I would do it.
Like, I don't like the character because of his personality. I can't do. I just like that he is such a crazy off the wall mad scientist.
Yeah, because he's like, I think his whole, if I remember right, I never did figure this out. Like his assistant is technically a homunculus, right?
Yes.
Like she's
Yes.
not actually a
And-
person.
Yes, and like modeled off like, and he like, despite how he treats her, he also like, she is like technically his daughter. So I don't know if he had a daughter at one point and just modeled her off it. But yeah.
So I remember him he seems like an asshole because he's just super analytical
Yeah.
and
He thinks he's the smartest person that has ever lived,
mhm.
basically.
He does have a great monologue whenever they're fighting like the hollows.
Yeah.
Like the human hollows. It's like, oh, that's such a great monologue.
That was really cool, Atomic. I like that one a lot. That was real neat. Who's the guy that does the ink drawings on YouTube?
I don't know.
The bearded dude?
Yeah,
who
the
kinda
bearded dude.
splits- Oh, I don't know, but I see his stuff some days.
I really like his stuff.
Monster Ink Blot.
Is that it?
No.
That's what he does,
The guy who
yeah.
does Monster Ink Blots, yeah. I don't know.
I think you might like his stuff, Atomic.
I know he said something bad about Jordan, or he said something criticizing Jordan Peterson and
Yeah,
fuck out at him.
which good for him.
Alright. I'm good. I'm done. This was too much. I should have quit sooner.
Fair enough.
But it's pretty.
It's a demon with a skull mask with a coin stuck in the head. That's all I could figure out. I don't know what to do for this.
Kim Diaz Home. This is name.
Gotcha. I like his stuff. That's right, all this stuff he puts up for free use. I like that.
Yeah, I think he's from Scotland or like somewhere in a Scandinavian country.
Yeah.
I think he's Finnish.
I thought he was Finnish, but I'm not sure. I didn't want to say
Yeah.
because I don't know. Jordan Peterson's just a tool. Is it Jordan Peterson? That doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah.
Some Canadian tools.
The Kroger version of Andrew Tate. Is that who we're talking about?
He's like... He used to be a psychologist. I say that term lightly. Which he uses, like, he throws that around, like, give himself credibility.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to talk about him.
Good.
Moving on.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here with this next part.
Moving swiftly on.
Yeah, you're good.
Just got to get all of his followers to trash talk my channel until it skyrockets me into
Fandom.
the fan, yeah.
Not fandom, but fame.
The fame. More clickbait, please.
Why you should ban flying creatures?
I already made that video.
I know. Did it get the views?
No, I got like 200 views. I think my biggest struggle is my thumbnail game, so I gotta work on that. But yeah, I don't know what else to do with this. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. We do have 4 people. Nope, they're all gone now. YouTube keeps crapping out, I think, is the problem. YouTube keeps dying. So I think we're going to call it...
Why do you keep dying, YouTube?
Because Comcast is a piece of shit. We talked about this.
Yeah, it's not YouTube that's dying. It's Rook's internet is being throttled.
Yeah. I'm honestly kind of curious if that might be what it is, because it's the end of the month. And they're like, hey, stop using all the bandwidth. It's like, I'm a streamer. That's literally the only thing I pay you for. Is for the bandwidth. Like...
Well, then you should be paying for the premium stuff.
I fucking do. That's the part that pisses me off. Literally, any competition. I could start my own internet service provider if I had $1 billion. That's really what I need to do. I just need to find a billionaire who's willing to give me a bunch of money to do stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Find
I
your
have-
sugar daddy
yeah.
or sugar mama.
Yeah. Yep.
For
Dear
15
Bezos.
years, I have wanted to figure out a way to make it so that people can provide their own bandwidth. Let's just let everybody have a server in their home.
Interesting. Interesting idea.
I realize it would be expensive, and it would disproportionately disenfranchise people who can't afford such things. Because connectivity is so important. It's not actually going to solve any problems, but...
Do you remember dial-up?
Yes.
I had it for the longest time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's like we didn't get Wi-Fi until I was like a freshman in college.
Yeah, I used to go and I wouldn't steal them, but like anytime I could find a like a free 30-day CD of internet access, that's how I had the internet for many years. had dial-up for a long time because my parents just couldn't afford, one, to pay for it as a service, and two, like, broadband was just not feasible for us because we didn't have cable, and that was the only offering for a long time. But yeah, I very much remember all of the Juno and AOL CDs. Those are pretty great. I'm back to Twitch because of it. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I think we're probably going to call it then. I think that's it. If it's still taking a poop, let's go raid some people. I'm very quiet on Twitch. Okay, so we'll figure out the mic thing another day. Sorry about that, everybody. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you have. I appreciate you. I will probably just be in the Discord. I already had lunch before the stream, so I'll probably just be in Discord working on commissions for the rest of the day. If you want to come hang out, you're very welcome to. And yeah, we'll go from there. Friday, we'll get back to the list. Hopefully get some more. I have a whole bunch of art on here that I have to put on the Discord because I forgot to do it last week. And that's all I got. So stay happy, stay healthy, keep your dice on the table, and we'll catch everybody later. I don't have an exit screen. I need to get one of those. We should work on that next week.